Hello, hello, hello. How are we doing? Chloe, Quiet, and who else was here? Bug was already here, and then we get raided, and Quiet resubbed, and then we got raided by Zig. Everything. I've literally just started, and everything is happening. Oh my lord! And another resub there as well. Holy crap! Elizabeth, thank you for the resub. Quiet, thank you for the resub. Ziddick, thank you for the raid. We will go through to the subworld in just a moment. But how was the stream, Ziddick? What were you working on? Guitar Lilin, hello. Sleeper, Sarge, Deadman, all the people. How are you all doing? Obsidian Minisword, hello. Anything new? It depends. I can't remember the last time you were here, Obsidian. It's been a little while, right? Probably something new. I can't think what. But welcome, everybody. And for those who were here already, if you're not already following Ziddick, I'm pretty sure everyone here who's here now was with over Ziddick's anyway. But if you were not, go and make sure you're there next time he's live, because he's awesome. He's playing a lot of. He's on his new vanilla subworld at the moment. Not sure what he's been doing, but he has been doing stuff, I'm sure. Found some diamonds, did some enchanting. I need to finish flattening your area. How big of a base are you building this time? And is it also going to be not a castle? 5.5 years ago, damn. Wait, hang on, when was the... Hold on, bear with me here. We can see when... 3 years ago was the last time. February 3 years ago, damn. Yeah, quite a bit's changed, quite a bit's different. So then most things are still the same, though, in fairness. I am a creature of habit. A lot of things stay the same. 6 chunks by 8 chunks. That's a lot of space. Walled, fenced village / collective town. Cool. Sounds fun. So not a castle then. Anyway, before we forget, let's go over to the subworld because we do have quite a scale to put in there. And wait, aren't you? Isn't this like the 3rd time we've got you in here? No, it's not. It's only the 2nd time this month. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with Twitch. I have no idea. But there we go. There's a quiet EST girl. And Elizabeth, if you are here, feel free to let me know your IGN. If you're lurking, feel free to ignore this, and we'll put you in as your Twitch username. But if you would like that changed, please let me know, and we can get your we can get you put in here with the right name. There is a skin for that name, but thank you so much. What a cool skin, actually. There we go. Right. I think you just permanently messed up your subsystem. I don't think it's you. I think Twitch permanently messed up their subsystem. That's pretty much it. You are only in here once. Oh. No, twice now, but you were only in here once before. All right. The advanced electrolyzer is connected. GG. So you are firmly into MV now, then, Guitar Lilith? Till the middle of the month, maybe. Yeah. Well, I think the reason this time was because I was like I didn't stream for like the last 2 weeks of last month, or the last 2 weeks and a couple of days of last month and a couple of days of this month. That's probably why it's messed up this time. Can't explain the other times, but that's probably what it is this time. All machine into MV. That is still getting into MV though, Guitar Lilin. That is still being in MV. Right. I did put a little bit of Garnierite through to process because we didn't. That was pretty much all we had at the time for that I could get some iron dust from because we didn't have any iron dust. So that's going through our old ore processing system. Hopefully, this will be the last time we have to use this one. Because that's what we're working on in the minute. We are working on improving our ore processing, which we have got most of the machines. I've also redecided how I'm going to approach this, because I was kind of wondering, like, because the multi-blocks are obviously quite large, like a lot of them are like 5 by 5 or larger. That if we go out like 5 blocks from there, that doesn't give us a lot of space here for walking. So if we wanted to decorate this later and make it look nice, which we do want to do, we're not going to have a lot of space. So what I've decided instead is, rather than trying to have like 3 chunks here, all with like a walkway down the center of them, what we're going to do is we're going to have like this area down here as a walkway.
You yellow bastard!
Take care, Bug. Hopefully you get some good rest, man. Yeah, we're going to have like a walkway down here. This way we've got all this space here. And then we're just going to use this central chunk where we'll have like machines here. And then we can do ones on the other side. And then this central bit here can just be kind of like a maintenance area. That way we've got all this area to decorate and make it look nice. And then we've just kind of got like an alleyway of ore processing machines down here. So that's the plan. That's what we're going to be doing today. I did spend a little bit of time making a few more of these casings. I started a few crafting at the end of the stream yesterday. I started a few more today, because we're also going to need these not only for the 2 centrifugal units, we're also going to use them for the sifting funnel as well. So we needed a bunch of those. Right, so that is the plan for right now. We need to figure out a few bits here, though. But one of which is going to be, where on earth are we going to actually put all the... Because we've got a little bit of storage here for the... It's up at the top at the minute. But we've got a bit of storage here just for the crushed ores and the raw ores that we get in from either the microminer missions or the miner. So we need to have a space for that. I think we should be able to, because this area here is going to be the centrifuge, the sifter rather, which is a 5 by 5, and we can actually push this right up to here. Let's see how much space we have in between here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so maybe we'll push it one. We will have it 1 block back, just so we have an uneven number of blocks in between the front of that and the front of that. News, Firefly's back. Wait, seriously? Wait, with Nathan Fillion as well? An enigmatic River Tam. Are the last remaining survivors, years after the thrilling events of Serenity. Time has passed, and this dynamic duo continues to navigate a wild and uncharted universe, teaming up to survive rogue reavers, cunning bounty hunters, and their own fiery tempers, promising more thrills, laughs, and brilliant adventures than ever before. I'm both very, very excited by that, and also a little concerned. Nathan Fillion is definitely not as young as he used to be. I don't know if it's going to have the same kind of energy that it used to have. I hope so, because Firefly was amazing. But I don't know if it's going to have that same energy. I think what we're going to have to do is probably have storage somewhere in this bit. I'm gonna hold off judgment until I'm gonna hold off judgment until I see kind of what it's gonna be like, until I see like a trailer or something. I do want there to be a bit of space between these, but where are we gonna put? I guess we can just have the storage in the floor, can't we? Like, just having the storage in the floor should be fine, although a little awkward, potentially. Only series you ever bought the complete collection. I mean, it's not a huge collection, but it's a collection nonetheless. How do I want to do this storage? Because the storage is going to be on a subnetwork, so it needs to be in a way, it's set up in a way that's not going to interfere with this line. Speaking of which, where's the center? 3, 4, 5. So that would be where the center is. Hang on, let me... Oh, I'll leave that where it is for now, but... Yeah, okay, have fun. All right, no worries, Larvae. I appreciate the load, man. I hope you're doing well. You and... Why can I not remember your other half's name? Reckless. Hope you guys are both doing well. And the cats as well, of course. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to have the storage off to the side here. Or possibly we can put it in the center, but we'll have space for it, is the general gist of it. Right, okay, so what do we actually need in the centrifugal units? Is there any other... We do need another 8 steel pipe casings. I've only got tungsten steel pipe casings. And PTFE pipe casings and titanium pipe casings. Apparently, we don't have a recipe for steel pipe casings yet. Let's fix that. And that's not a similar recipe. Nope. All right, so... Put those in there. And we needed 8 of those because we're doing 2 centrifugal units. Breakfast consumed. Let's see how long it takes to get motivated to do things. Are you off work today then, Quiet? Is it wait, have I even made the large centrifugal units yet? Oh god, I haven't even made the actual controllers yet. Whoops. Probably should have done that yesterday. Never mind. It's fine. Oh, we also can't make huge pipes at the minute because we haven't got an extruder thing for that. I guess we fix that. I should have an extruder over here still. With a huge pipe mold. Where's the extruder? The extruder's here, isn't it? Alright, so we need another input bus on here then. And then put the huge pipe on there. Need another pattern provider. I'm going to make like 32 of those because those we keep needing those. And let's rename this to huge pipe. And then let's make a recipe. And I didn't do the recipe for, did I do the recipe for that? No, we didn't do that yet. Okay. We need that. There we go. Oh, he is choosing the right circuits this time. Beautiful. I am, but you're already starting to feel overwhelmed. The MCD was supposed to arrive yesterday, but the delivery date was changed. Hopefully it does at least come tomorrow, then it doesn't get delayed again. Alright, we need 2 of those. There was a few recipes, actually, that we could move into there that I haven't done yet. Namely, these. These need to go into the circuit assembler multi-block. Actually, I should probably wait until everything's done with those first, shouldn't I? No, we should be fine. Okay, they should be able to move those. None of those use... Oh, those you do use polyethylene, so we need to change the recipes for those. To remove the polyethylene. And that doesn't use a recipe. Okay, let's put those... Right, and these are... No circuit recipes. There we go. Right, so let's move those into there. Is there anything in any of these other ones? I think, like, literally this clean room is just now not needed at all. At least for now. We're gonna need it for we're gonna need a sterile clean room soon. Which that will be repurposed to when we need it. Hey, how are you doing? Last time I was late and delivered to the address across the street, so let's hope they don't fuck it up again. Let's hope so. What's taking the time with the PAM providers? The freaking cables again. Always the cables. Oh, we are only using HV assemblers, though, so... it might be worth upgrading these to EV assemblers at least, possibly even IV. Since cables are one of the things that are taking a decent amount of time at the minute. We could put them into... we could also put them into the multi-block assembler as well, but I feel like I'd rather have a dedicated multi-block for them. Hey, Chris. How's it going? Tired, but just had a positive appointments, please. That's good. That is definitely a good thing. All right, so what else do we need in the large centrifugal units? We are going to need a couple of maintenance hatches. We are going to need IV energy hatches. Need to reschedule. Oh, so you've actually made the appointments. You actually made an appointment for it. I didn't know. Are you getting that the tattoo that you sent to me? What? The alien one. That would look awesome. I'm gonna guess probably not, but just thought it was dope. I've seen like a bunch of like 3D tattoos that look absolutely awesome. Not something I don't think I'd ever be able to get them myself, but right, okay, so what's taking the time with this as well? Again, we were just waiting on freaking cables. Right, so what we'll do, we'll have Chris, thanks for the hydrate. She is getting a Snoopy tattoo, yeah. From well, unless she's changed her mind, of course. That's what she mentioned before. Oh right, okay. So Snoopy, I was thinking like Snoopy has the kind of like the franchise, but it's not, is it? It's Charlie Brown. Right, let's just you put all casings in here for now, and then well, these top ones are all going to be all casings anyway. I don't know if do I want to wall share with these, or is it just going to make it too awkward? I feel like it's going to make it too awkward if we wall share with these, with the inputs and outputs. Obviously, we're missing some of the steel pipe casings inside as well at the minute, but it does look kind of cool though if you do it like that. It looks cool like that, but we lose some output slots. Not that we actually need that many. In fact, you know what? I am gonna separate these. We might need to make a few more casings, but I am going to have them separate. Just like largely, like only like one block separated, but largely just because I want to be able to have more slots for outputs. I don't know though. Nah, fuck it. We'll keep them like this. We'll keep them wall sharing. Right, I'm gonna guess that these pipe casings go in the corners. Oh no, not in the corners. There, and there. Okay. All right, so let's just get rid of that one for now. Let's figure this out. We need to not use this top layer as... I guess we have an output hatch. There's not going to be anything that gets output, because basically we're going to be using one of these as a thermal centrifuge. We'll use the bottom one as a thermal centrifuge, and we'll use the other one as a regular centrifuge. I wish Monifactory got your attention more than it had, as you love the build inside doing it. It takes a like any Greg Tech pack, it takes a little while to get into. But once you do get into it, there's some kind of it's just so much fun. I do love me some Greg Tech. So that will go there. So for the thermal centrifuge, we do need the parallel hatch as well. Wait, I thought I made a bunch more parallel hatches. Ooh, I guess I didn't. All right, let's make some more. We make another 4 of those. You need to get to MV to get a better source for carbon dust, or you found was graphite and needed MV to make it usable. Oh, if you're looking for do you want suggestions, Guitar Lilin? I have suggestions if you want them. That is not quite right, is it? It's a little bit far back. Right, we'll do maintenance hatch that side, parallel hatch on the inside. That not the would you like a better one? Like a 16 times better one. Hey, no, this is the way that I would like people to backseat game with me if they do it. Is to ask if I want the advice, and if I say no, then shut up. If they say yes, then offer suggestions. Guitar Lilin said no, so we leave it there. Okay, so right, what do we need with this? I mean, I expect nothing less from you, Quiet. You're a Twitch mod. That's kind of your job. All right, so we need for this, we literally just need an input bus and an output bus. Let's just make a few of each of these. Thought I'd actually... Oh, I did make a bunch of output buses already. Never mind. All right, so what I'm going to do, I think I'm going to put the output bus there. And then we'll rotate it down there. And we'll put the input bus in here. The input will go into there. The output will go into there. And then these will just go into barrels that are underneath these. That will go into there. So the input will be there. The output will be there. I know I'm right. It does happen occasionally. Okay, so that should be pretty much all we need for that. Obviously, we need to get the power into there. And we're just going to figure out how we're going to set up the other centrifuge. Because the other centrifuge will be for basically like processing some of the ores. I can't remember which ores we actually process with this off the top of my head. Have we got anything in there? What were we outputting before? Like vanadium magnetite, for example. If we have any ores that we want to break down further into their component parts, let's say vanadium magnetite, for example, that would go through a centrifuge and would give us magnetite and vanadium. And there are other things. I think we can do it with like redstone. We can, I believe we can centrifuge as well. Yeah, redstone we can centrifuge for like mercury, silicon, pyrite, and ruby. So we want to be able to handle all of those. So, but all of the outputs from these specifically will be going into a directly back into the ME system. So we only need the ME input and output buses and an ME output hatch for this, and that should be fine. I just need to figure out where I'm going to put these things. The moment you have a major problem is having the graphite clogging your ore handling system. Hey, there are worse problems to have. Alright, so let's just put all the casings in for now, and then we'll replace what we need to replace. So I'd like to have the input on the front somewhere, basically just so that we can... if we say we want to start centrifuging vanadium magnetite, we'll have the input bus here, and we can just right-click it, automatically output vanadium magnetite dust to here, and then that will output all of the vanadium magnetite dust. What I would actually like to do as well, though, is have this done in a way that, like, say we want to centrifuge vanadium magnetites, but we want to keep 1,000 of them. I'd like to see if I can shut off the hatches. We should be able to shut them off with an emitter on the top, or probably on the bottom would be easier. Right, we need the maintenance hatch. We are going to need the parallel hatch in here as well, which we're going to be waiting on for a minute or two. What are we waiting on for the maintenance hatches? Oh, this is not cables this time. It's just quantum stars. Also, we need to get phosphoric acid passived. Yeah, we're on normal mode. One of these days I will do hard mode. The only reason I didn't want to do hard mode was purely because I didn't want to go through the process of using a batch file to change modes. I was not a huge fan of that. Right, yeah, that's not going to form yet. Anyway, wait, why? No, that should form. Oh, no, because it hasn't got any input. It hasn't got an output bus. Wait, no, it should still form. Why are you not forming? What am I missing from you? It doesn't need the parallel hatch. Maybe it does need the outputs. A bus and the output hatch there specifically. But no, I'm kind of against the idea of we've been through this before in the channel, but I'm kind of against using batch files for changing modes, especially when there are other methods available. No, why are you not forming? What am I missing for you? We've got the energy hatch, we got the output bus, we got the input bus. Is it where these are? Is that the problem? Or have I missed something else somewhere? Oh, never mind. I missed a block. That would explain it. Yeah, there we go. So that'll form now. Hey, Joe. How's it going? All right, so we're going to need to bring an ME cable up through here to attach to that. Right, let's grab some... Oh, hang on. We've got the parallel hatch. Perfect. Get rid of you and put you in there. Ta-da! Alright, we need covered cables. And then we'll bring this up here. So that will go into there, and then we'll put a machine controller on there and an emitter on there, just in case we want to shut it off when we drop below a certain amount of whatever we're putting through there. And bring power out to there, and then connect that to the outputs. Most will be one value change to a single file is your plan. See, that's the way I prefer it. Like, the reason I don't like batch files is because if you don't know what you're doing with batch files, if you don't know how to read batch files, which in fairness, I don't really. I'm pretty sure I could figure it out, but there's going to be a lot of people who don't know it and don't understand it. Those batch files could be doing anything. And I don't like the idea that they want people to run a batch file to change the pack mode. I'm pretty sure there is nothing untoward going on with it, but it's just kind of a principle thing. All right. You doing better? Glad to hear that, Joe. Right, we need... Oh, I needed to... We were making a bunch of the multi-peer-to-peers, weren't we? We should have our accumulation processors. Yes. Yeah, basically all it does is replaces the config files, which you could do with pack mode. There's a mod called pack mode, which does the same thing, which essentially does the same thing. And it loads, I believe it loads specific config files depending on that. So and the weird thing is they originally had that in the pack because there was a config file in there for it, and then they removed it. So I don't know. Maybe pack mode didn't do something they wanted it to do. I don't know, but it was an odd decision as far as I was concerned. And I've kind of been very hesitant to use it because of that. Like I say, I'm sure they're not doing anything like dodgy with it or anything like that, but you just don't know. Right, we did these as IVs, didn't we? Of course we did, yes. We have power. Right, so we have a powered centrifuge. That's actually all of the things that we need in order to do the actual main processing. Yeah, so basically the general gist of it is there are other methods for doing it. And they, for whatever reason, I don't know their reasoning behind it. It may be that they have a good reason for doing it the way they did. I can't say one way or the other for that. But it was just something I was not a huge fan of. It's annoying, so I would have liked to have played this in hard mode. And I'm sure at some point in the future I will go back and actually play it in hard mode, but not this time. Although, to be fair, I'm probably not... It's going to be a while before I play any Greg Tech packs on stream again after this anyway. Because not everybody enjoys the Greg Tech as much as I do. So we have to kind of limit the amount of packs we play with it. It could well be Sleeper, yeah. Like I say, I don't know the reasoning behind it. I'm sure they do have their reasons. I don't know what they are. All right, so what else do we need for our large sifting funnel? We need 18 assembly line gratings. It's going to make 18 anyway, because I think it makes it in twos. Honestly, not much else. Where does the controller go on this? In the middle, okay. We're probably going to need, we probably are actually going to need to make some more of the casings. I think this is like this on all sides, all 4 sides, right? Yes, it is. Hey, Rallius. I love Greg Tech. It kind of it scratches an itch for me that other packs don't. But unfortunately, not like I say, not everybody is a fan of Greg Tech, and I know there's certainly at least a few people who don't come by the stream when we're playing Greg Tech packs. Which is fair. Like not everybody is going to enjoy every. You know what, I'm going to do this from the ground up actually because it's going to be awkward otherwise. To get the pattern right, because I don't actually know this multi-block that as well as I do the others. Right. Okay, so first one is basically a hashtag with the center filled in. I always forget that. So that is the ground floor. I'm assuming it's 2 layers of the assembly line gratings. The next floor is basically a checkerboard, so it's going to be there, and there. Okay, maybe we won't do it entirely floor by floor. I'm going to guess the top of above that is... Yeah, then it's the 2 layers of assembly line gratings. And I think that's also got the corner sections there and then bits on the top. Okay, cool. Right. I saw you don't like Greg Tech packs, but you still come in and like to support. Well, people come in and like, but they're a lot. I think they will come in and like, but they're a lot less kind of chatty and kind of. I enjoy that interaction. So as much as I enjoy playing Greg Tech, I would prefer to have that interaction there. Right. So what do we need? We need the maintenance hatch, which we should have here. I'm assuming these can replace pretty much anything. So we just put the maintenance hatch in there, and I'll put the parallel hatch in there as well. That should be fine. I've got to decide how I'm going to do this with... Because we're going to get, like, the outputs from the sifter. You're going to get, like, 4 to 6 different outputs from each of them, and most of it you don't actually need. So I've got to kind of decide how I want to deal with all these. I guess what I could do is just do like a 4K, because we're never gonna have a ton of most of this stuff. The real one that we really need from this is mostly gonna be emeralds, because we need, is it exquisite emeralds we need for this? Yeah, we need exquisite emeralds for the raw crystal chips. But we obviously want to keep everything. So what I might do is either do like a 4K or a 16K drive for anything that we put through there, and then like the main output, like you'll get the regular output like for like coal or an emerald or a diamond. But then you also get the flawless and exquisite ones, and also the purified piles. We need to be able to deal with those as well. Also, what the hell? Alien scrap. Okay. Interesting. Late game stuff that we aren't at yet. Ruthenium, tritium, americium neutronate dust. More ruined machine parts and ruined hulls. Basically, you're salvaging vessels from wherever and kind of repurposing them. Anyway, we're getting ahead of ourselves. But yeah, there's things like we don't want all of this to go back into the ME system, which is kind of annoying. So we don't want like the purified piles going back into the ME system really, because these may as well just get centrifuged. But I guess we can send them back in there and then centrifuge them at a later date. I mean, yes, quite. You're not wrong, but in a good way. Right, where does the controller go? Front and center here. Right, so we are going to be a few vibration safe casings short. But this, we're going to need an input. We are going to need an input, a regular input bus. But then I don't think there's a way to filter specific outputs to a place. I don't think we can do that with the input bus. The ME input bus. ME output bus, rather. Actually, we could probably just gone and checked on this one, couldn't we? No, I don't think you can't set specific things in here. As far as I can tell. So we can't say send these outputs to here, but these outputs to this other bus. So that's not actually going to work. I guess it will. I guess we'll just have to output them to. I guess we'll just have to output them to somewhere else. Oh, output them to the ME system, then output them again. So energy hatch, input bus. I put these on the wrong freaking sides. Oops. All right, so do maintenance hatch, parallel hatch. All right, so we should need another 3, 6, 9, 10 more of the vibration safe casings. That should be enough. Both your brain and Ruby are yelling at you. Think I got to tidy up a little bit. All right, no worries, quiet. And then once we've got those done, the only thing we've got left to do is the electrolysis machine, which this I don't think uses anything overly difficult. I think it's mostly just like HSLA steel that we need for the casings in this. We also need electrolytic cells as well. And this again is for similar kind of ore processing to what we're doing with the centrifuge. So there are certain things that we need to process further after the regular ore processing. Right, non-conducting casing. We need that. Okay, so the electrolytic cells, or electrolytic cells are kind of expensive. 2 IV circuit or 1 IV circuit per cell, I guess. And how many do we need? 12. Oh, that's not too bad. That could be a lot worse. Right, let's make the non-conducting casings first. That's on circuit 4, and then we need the rods, which will go in the lathe. And then we need Circuit 4 for that. And circuit 6 for those. Oh, God, there was something else I needed to do. Right, we'll get these made. Before we start setting up the actual, like the routing of items in here, we need to go over to the void dimension and upgrade our, upgrade and move both of our oil, drilling rigs. Because this is, yeah, we've ran out of raw oil in the chunk that we're in. We're still doing fine for the oil for now, but we did run out of the raw oil, so we need to move that. Because that is being used for our fuel production. So let's get this sorted first. And then we'll kind of go from there. Oh, wait, where did I put the... Input bus was there, wasn't it? Oh, we actually needed one less casing, didn't we? Oh, well, that's fine. Oh, wait, no, I put the input bus there. Oh, no. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm breaking things. Alright, that's making the rest of the alloy. Right, so we needed 12... Oh, I didn't make the recipe for the electrolytic cell, did I? No. Right, we need to make the recipe for this. And that was done in just a regular crafting table, right? Yes. And we needed 12 of them, I'm pretty sure. Only 12 of those. And how many of the casings did we need? 40. I don't think HSLA steel takes too long to craft, so... We're going through the tungsten at the moment. Okay. We can probably move some of this stuff around as well, but we need to. No, I don't think we need to. There we go. Vibration safe casings. Now, please actually form. Yeah, there we go. Right, that's formed. So we can just bring a ME cable up here. That's online. And we need peer-to-peer. Right, we've got our electrolytic cells already. Don't need that. We need that. Right, that has got power. Right, so this is all we got left to do for our ore processing. And then that should be running at a decent speed. All right, what else do I need for... Oh, we need the actual electrolysis chamber as well, don't we? Which I did not make the recipe for yet. Ooh, osmium wire. Okay. We've not made osmium. I don't even know if we've made osmium yet, let alone osmium wire. No, we've not even done osmium yet. Ah. That's a problem. Not a huge problem, but a little bit of a problem. We do need LUV power. in order to make that. So we might have to do a few things to get there. It's doable, but it's kind of annoying. And it's going to have to be another temporary fix for now. Alright, let's take that lumium out of there for now. What we're going to do is we're basically going to switch this over to 2 IV energy hatches. And then use a 4 amp IV converter. And that should give us, allow us to run LUV recipes in here. When this finishes, right now we can only do IV. Alright. 2 IV energy hatches. It's going to be lumium wire, isn't it? Oh wait, I might need one more. Yeah, I need one more thing. Oh crap, I made a 4 amp energy hatch, not a converter. Oops. Oh, never mind, I've already got a 4 amp converter. We're fine. Alright, yeah, we do need one more lumium wire. On there. Double check to make sure everything is IV and that I'm not going to explode anything. And there we go. Right, this should now be allowed to run max tier recipes LUV. Perfect. So if we just put a little bit of osmium in there, we'll just put like 16 in for now. But we have osmium. It's using a shitload of power. It's like using about 32,000 EU per tick. But we're still doing fine. Okay. Where are we? We're over here. So, once we've got some osmium in, once we've got our first couple of pieces of osmium in, we can make the electrolyzer. Everything else we should pretty much have. And the electrolyzer was going in here. It's kind of an awkward place for the electrolyzer because it doesn't really make a lot of sense. Especially since the face of it's going to have to be here. It's a little awkward, but... the face will be there. We'll do... oh, God. We'll put an input bus somewhere on the front. Put the input bus and the output bus there. Do we ever get any fluid outputs from the electrolyzer? I'm pretty sure we do. But I'm not 100% certain. I can't remember off the top of my head. I'm pretty sure we do, though. Yeah, we definitely have fluid inputs as well. We need an output hatch. Well, the input bus there. So we'll have the input bus there that so we're going to be able to basically request whatever we want to electrolyze in there. We'll switch that over a little bit. We'll put it on this side. This way, we can again do the same thing we're doing over there. And if we want to keep a certain amount in stock, we can shut these off. Speaking of which, I'm going to need... I'm actually just assuming we can do that. I haven't actually checked. Seems like it should work, though. So this mode, the cover will require a signal. Weaken the set redstone signal to run. So yeah, so we'll shut this off when we'll basically set this to if we don't want a something to be completely used up. We'll set the threshold on there and then just set it to redstone mode when it's below. So when this goes below that limit, it'll turn the emitter on and turn this off and hopefully stop it working. That's the hope. That is how I'm expecting this to work. Whether it will or not will remain to be seen. Right, we should have an output hatch here as well. Have we got any osmium yet? We have got some osmium, so we should be able to make the large electrolysis chamber now. Put the machine cover on there. And yeah, that'll be right as well. So we just need to wrap the covered cables. I'm going to need a bunch more of these. No doubt. Right, we need an IV energy hatch. Which will go there. That's controller aside, should be everything. Does the controller go on the second block up or the third? I think third, right? Oh, we also need the maintenance and parallel hatches in there as well. It is only 3 blocks tall, so it goes in the middle. And we need the maintenance hatch. Pretty sure we'd never need a clean room for this. And we need a parallel hatch. Where have I been have I been putting the parallel hatches? Yeah, I've been putting the parallel hatches on the bottom, haven't I? Right, and a large electrolysis chamber. No. God damn it. Onshore again. God damn it. Alright. Anyway, that is IV. How am I one shore? What hatch am I missing that they're using? We got an output bus, we got input bus, we got an output bus. Oh, is there... Can it process... It can process... Yeah, it can process fluids as well. So we kind of want to put an input hatch as well then, I guess. Just in case. And then we're fine. Ta-da! Also, Genius decided to turn on the heat in the stairwell when it's 30 degrees Celsius. Ouch. Yeah, that's going to be warm. Right, let's grab an emitter. And there we go. That should be all of our ore processing, multi-blocks sorted. Right, before we set all of that up, there's a few things we need to do. Namely, we need to sort out the fluid drilling rigs. So we need 2 of those. What else do we need for the fluid drilling rigs? 15, so 30 titanium frames. 16 titanium casings. Wait, no, 15 titanium casings, wasn't it? Or 16. I can't remember. We're going to need more eventually anyway. Oh, and of course it used some of those up for the casings, didn't it? Right, tidying is done. This weather here every day for the past 2 weeks has been near record-breaking heat. Everywhere just seems to be getting hotter these days, doesn't it? Right, I can get rid of all those now. Yeah, it's the heat like that is not fun. I think that the hatches we use. I'm gonna stick with HV for these. I am gonna stick with HV for these, I think. Because we will upgrade it later, but for actually, no, we'll do EV. We'll do EV energy hatches. We've got plenty of them, so that's fine. The only thing is we're going to have to redo how we do the power. So we're going to need another 4 of these. Glad you ordered a nice coffee. All right. Anyway, right, while those are doing their thing, let's go over... Wait, have we even got the... No, we haven't even got those yet. What are we waiting on for those? Oh, tungsten carbide. Okay, that's fine. Right. Let's find a chunk to do this. We need to move both of these. This chunk, I think, is still... It's still got 46% there, but... we're doing 2 different ones, by the way, because we've got just oil and raw oil. One of them we're doing as oil, the other is raw oil. If we go 1 chunk over this way, one chunk like over to here, we should be fine. Oh, although we do need to come back over here for a second. Turn that on. I want to try and get it at the same height, which I think was 82. Yeah, doesn't matter that it's the same height, but I would just like it to be. Right, where are we in the center? Where's the center of the chunk? So I'm pretty sure I set this... Oh, you know what? It really doesn't matter if I put it in the center of the chunk or not. Although, that being said, it's going to bug me if I don't. So... where are we here? 15... So that's 15.1. It should be, I think, like 8... I don't actually know... Hold on, I want to know where... Because I always kind of align things to the chunks where possible. It doesn't really matter at all. But I do like to do it. So that's the outer edge of where our chunk will be. So that'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, and that would be the center block there. That would be the center of my 15 by 15 area. So what coordinates are we on there within the chunk? 8, 7 is my center point. Right, and that is the center of there. Okay. Did we get our 2 drilling rigs? We did. Fantastic. Right, so we need terminal. Where has it put everything is the next question. In reasonable places. Although for some reason it has put 2 energy hatches in there because, I guess because I didn't actually give it a, an output hatch. That is probably why. That's the energy hatch right there. We'll put the output hatch there. We need the converter. This is going to be a little awkward to set up, isn't it? Where's my wrench? So we need those. And we need that. Right, so basically what we're going to have to do is that. And we're going to have 2 of these connected back at the base. Now, let's do this. Oh, I never set a point over by the power, did I? Actually, what we should probably do, just to make this a little easier. Let's do that there and that there. I kind of want to label these as well. So I know what's going to where. Like that. The problem is right now I have no idea where these things are going to. All I know is they are going somewhere. What have I got being remotely powered? Just the, I honestly thought it was just the miner, but we've got a couple of things. We've got 3 things here being powered. What are they? That's in the nether. That's in the overworld. That'll be the miner, I think. Nether 13135207. Oh, is that the... No, we didn't set up an air collector yet, did we? Oh, no, that's the rock breaker, isn't it? Hold on. Hold on, let me just double check that. What are the coordinates? 13135 minus 207. Oh. Yeah, that's going to this. And that's producing... Wait, what is that producing? Oh, that's producing netherrack for us. Okay. Okay, so if we go home... I'm going to have to set a an actual home point down here as well. Right, so that... The nether one is the... nether roof, which at the minute is just doing netherrack, but there's potentially going to be other stuff there as well. That one, I'm assuming... I'm pretty sure that one's going to the miner. I'll do it as large miner, just to be clear. This one... In the end... What have we got in the end? Oh, wait, no, that might be the large miner. Because we did set one up, we did move it, yeah, we did move it to a scheelite and tungstate vein. This is minus 709,869. Okay, that's the large miner. So what's the other one then? I got no idea what that one's going to. Huh. So these two are going to go to the two oil miners. If we take that and we link that to that, and then that's that. That's an energy hatch, Church. That's not a converter. There we go. We are now producing... Holy shit, that's producing a lot of oil. 5.3 buckets per second. Right, so we should just have to remove that and put that down over here. And that'll be fine. We'll tear this down. I can't imagine we're going to need this here for anything else. And we will set the void home point here. Just so we don't end up teleporting over here and then just dropping ourselves into the void. And this was the one we probably should have done first, because this is the one which is completely out of everything. Oh god, my inventory's a mess. Right, what don't I need? We do need the EV converter. We don't need that. 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 We'll keep the concrete on us. We do want that. We do want that. We do want that. We don't need that. We need that. We'll need that. What's the item card for? Oh, that was for the dynamos, wasn't it? Right, okay, so we've got to find another oil. Which vein are we on here? Is this the oil or the raw oil? That is raw oil. And we need to find another one of these. Oh. Well, 2 chunks over to the east is a decent one. Sorry, west, rather. Yeah, this chunk should be... Yeah, 236 millibuckets will obviously be increased. Wrong height, but okay. And I've already forgotten what we said was the center. I think it was 7, 8. But yeah, I think that's the center. Let's double check. Oh, we've also got to chunk load this as well. Right, center is 8, 7, not 7, 8. That would be where? Would that be this one? Yeah, that's the center. Cool. All right, and there we go. What am I missing? Oh, I am missing a casing. It's titanium. Oh, never mind. We had it already. We have got that. And we need an output hatch. Why didn't it use the output hatch? I wonder. Go. Wait. Structure income. Oh, right. We are still another casing missing, aren't we? There we go. All right. So we need the converter. Hang on. We've already got the converter there. Then we need that. And we need that. Chunk load that. What do we still need to do? We need to go back here. Oh, did I not? Oh, I didn't. I couldn't set any more home points, could I? I wasn't going to set it. That's fine. All right, and then that connects to there, and then that's connects to there. Okay, and we'll grab that. Put that on there. Give this thing some power. And there we go. We have raw oil again. Beautiful. Let me clear my inventory a little bit. And then tear all this down. Because none of that is needed. Good afternoon, Banana. How you doing? What pack did you choose in the end? There we go. Right, so that should be our oil sorted now again. Both of these should be running now. Beautiful. I would like to actually upgrade these as well. Probably to EV. I have EV energy hatches. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that later. That is a secondary thing. First of all, we need to figure this out. This is where things are going to get interesting. That doesn't need to be there. We need an input bus. Which will go there. We need a stair. That's our FTB Skies 2 or FTB Skits 2 as your fingers think it's called. How are you finding it so far? Alright, barrel. Okay. You're back. Welcome back, Quiet. Okay, so we basically need to redo the kind of routing we've got up here. That's what's going on here. So I'm going to use signs again for a moment. Hopefully we have enough. Pretty sure we will. Right, this is going to be for raw ores. That's processing raw ores. This is processing crushed ores. This is going to be processing the purified ores. And this is going to be processing the refined ores. Mostly. With all these. There's going to be some slight caveats to it. Very fun so far. Hopefully it will remain so. You dig the person-shaped machine there? It's quite cool, isn't it? This is our sifter. It does not sift people, though. I will assure you of that. At least I don't think it does. I've not seen what's coming up later in the pack. Maybe we do have to sift people later on. Who knows? Okay, so there's actually a couple of things I need to change here as well, because I think I do also want ME input buses on both the for processing both the raw ores and the crushed ores. CV sifting? What kind of CVs are we talking here? So actually, I think this... We do need to move things around a bit here, don't we? I think we are going to actually want the input bus... sorry. Yeah, the ME input bus there and the regular input bus there. This might take a little bit to figure out properly, by the way, exactly how all this is going to work. But once we get it figured out, that should be it for now. For the rest of the kind of regular ore processing. I threw together a Cobblemon pack yesterday. You played it for an hour this morning, and now you don't know if you want to keep playing it. What's stopping you from wanting to keep playing it, or what might be stopping you from wanting to keep playing it? Oh wait, no, that's the output bus, isn't it? I need to move some things around here. Like all of the inputs and outputs. I think all of the outputs from processing the refined ores are all going to be going just like straight back. Like from the macerating these are all just going to be going straight back into the ME system. Let's just get rid of all the input and output buses from here for a minute, because we're going to need to move some stuff around. Right, I think we want to put the inputs to this for the raw ores. We want the inputs on this side, just so we can have the ME input bus there, as well as the regular input bus, for if we manually want to put anything into there. We will usually be using the ME one, but I'd like the manual one there just to be thorough. Okay, and then the outputs. bus will go there. And we shouldn't really need to see that, but we will. I'm going to have to make sure I label these input and output as well, just so I know which one is where. I think the outputs are basically going to be in the center, though, of the two. So we need the ME output bus as well. So we are talking about kind of curriculum vitae, however you pronounce it. Sifting. I wasn't sure if there was another kind of sifting I was thinking of. Oh, the one downside to this, though, is that if we are processing ores... If we're processing... No, I'm going to have to do this. I'm not going to be able to do this with an ME output bus. Because if we're going to be processing ores, not every ore that we put through here, we're going to have storage for everything straight away. So we do still need that buffer chest there before we put stuff back into the ME system. I think we do still need that. Which is kind of annoying, but like once we get a little bit further in and once we know like all of the ores that we're going to be putting through here, when we have storage for everything that's going into it, then that'll be fine. But right now we don't have that. So we need to make sure there is a buffer there to make sure we don't clog our ME system with junk that we don't need. Okay, there we go. Right, so let me get a couple more of the signs. I'm going to need some more black concrete soon. We haven't really got anything set up for making. That's in, out, and in. We shouldn't need this on any of the other ones, just because this is like wall sharing and a pain in the ass to see. Right, so these are inputs, outputs, output. Let's just put that as a final output. That's going to be the final output for things. And then that's an input. Okay. So we're going to need to connect all of these up via lasers as well. So hopefully we can do this easily enough. Right, so we've got things connected to there. Then, yeah, that doesn't need one. That does. Is that going to be... Is that close enough to connect these? What kind of sign is that? It's a framed sign. Of course it's too far. God damn it. Yeah, it's a frame sign just using a black concrete as the framing material and glow ink sacks to make the signs glow, to make the text glow. Yeah, I do love framed blocks. They're so nice. Okay, so that takes care of that. The difficulty I think we're going to run into here... wrong one. There we go. The difficulty I think we're going to run into here is, like, not everything needs to go onto the next step. Yeah, they're really useful. Like, if you wanna keep things to a certain aesthetic, or within a certain aesthetic, they're definitely worth using. We could actually have probably done these as... We could probably potentially have used the maceration casings as the framing block. I'm kind of curious how that'd look now. Hold on. It's quite an expensive way to use framed blocks, but I am curious. Let's just stick one on there. No, that'll look weird. Maybe not. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, without the glowing ink sac, you wouldn't be able to read the signs with the black concrete on there. I guess we could put white dye on there, but dye them, but it's not quite the same. All right, and then we need a laser on there and a laser on there. We're also going to have to get some connectors on those just so we can keep our lasers straight. Please tell me that line. Okay, that lines up with that, I think. 2, 3, 4, 5. Can't bloody see properly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we'll do that. It does not line up. No, nothing lines up. God damn it. Okay. I'm almost tempted to move the input bus over to here now instead just so that lines up. I'm not going to. We have connectors for specifically this reason. Right, that does need to connect to there, though. Okay, so all we basically got to do... Well, the way I always do this anyway, and I think I might retain this, is I like to have a central kind of, almost like a backbone kind of connection. I think we are actually going to do that same thing here. We don't need that or any of these connected. Yeah, I like to have kind of a backbone there, which everything comes off. So no matter what, that backbone cabling is always there. So if we could connect like this and this off the same kind of connection, but if for some reason something changes, it can mess things up if you've got kind of connections everywhere. Whereas if you've got one single cable going through the entire base that everything comes off, that is always going to be there. So no matter what, if things are connected to that, you know it's going to be connected properly. Although we do still need that there and that there. I use multiple subnets and tag storage buses with a bunch of tags where the next step is. I did consider doing subnets, but it's a little bit awkward because there are certain things that you need to route elsewhere. And I find doing that routing is a lot easier with, yeah, I mean for all processing. Because there are certain things that you don't want to, like if you just set everything up in order and you have it to go from, say, like if you macerate the raw ores, then take the raw ores, then you put them through an ore washer to get the purified ores, then you'd normally put them through a thermal centrifuge to get the refined ores, and then thermal centrifuge back into a macerator to get the final dusts. But if you need to, but the thing is though, if you use the tags, that sends everything to the next step. And it's a lot trickier to blacklist certain items because later on you get to a point where when you're getting into the plat line, for example, you don't want purified like sheldonite or chalcopyrite or bornite going on to be processed in the thermal centrifuge. You need to blacklist those ores. So you can't just use a tag bus, like a tag output bus, with purified ores because you don't want all the purified ores going out to it. You need to be able to blacklist specific ones. But yes, we do have a Discord. Thank you, Quiet. This is kind of awkward, isn't it? Because this is too far away. God damn it. No, I know how it does it. This just, for me, this works better. You can do it with priorities, yes, but this also works with priorities. Plus, I like the idea of, like, I don't want basically, let's just say this works better for me. Let's put it that way. This way, this for me gives more control. And having that level of control is more important to me. I'm not necessarily set in my ways. I'm happy to change my ways if there is something that makes me think, yeah, that's a much better way of doing it. But generally, I don't find that. I'm gonna have to change this ever so slightly. It's like I know I can get it to work with subnets just for me and the way I do it. Yeah, feel free to share it. By all means, feel free to share it. I mean, who knows? It may trigger something that makes me think, yep, that's actually a much better way of doing it. But it's not that I don't know how to do it with subnets. It's just that I choose not to. Because this way, for me, works better. And it's the same, I guess it's the same with, like, anything in Minecraft. Like, you use the method that works best for you. So long as it works, that's the only real thing you need to worry about. So long as it works. Right, that lines up with that, doesn't it? Needs to go there, that needs to be there, and that needs to be there. I guess the other great thing about this game as well is that there are so many different ways to do everything. And that there is generally not a single... Well, there isn't a single best way to do things. Just kind of depends... Basically, a lot of it just depends on your setup up to that point. And how you have things set up to that point. Oh, wrong one. Yee. No. Can't do that. All right. Hang on, let me recolor these so I can see what's connected and what's not. That all connected? It is. That is not yet. There we go. Nice and straight as well. Okay, so... I've just realized that this doesn't actually need anything going into it. That can actually go, as can that. Alright, and... That is not connected yet. Okay. Everything is straight, right? Yes, good. Okay, so that's the input for the raw ores. This is the output for the raw ores. These generally... Oh, I need more overclocks as well, then. If we just make another 32 of those, then actually we'll probably need a few more than that. Right, okay, so... I should probably label things down here as well, just to make life a little easier. I'm just going to use regular signs down here, though, since we're not going to see them. Okay, so this is crushed or output. That's the crush door output. That is the final output. That's going to be an interesting one to figure out. That's sort out. That is... what's going into there? Purified ores? No, that's refined ore input. That's the refined ore inputs. That is the crushed ore inputs. And then... Oh, God. Which side did I do the input and output on these? Okay, so inputs on that side. So that is... Oh, I'm going to need to place that on, damn it. Let's put it on there. Okay, so that is... Wait, what's going into the thermal centrifuge? Purified ores. There we go, that's better. Okay, so that's where the purified ores are going, and then that's the refined ores outputs. Right, just so we know what's going on down here for later. The crushed ores will be going from there over to here. And this is where I need to figure stuff out. Because we need to... Well, actually, we're only going to be getting crushed ores from there. After a few jobs, let's see if you can focus on Warframe. Let's hope so. Have you heard anything from any of the other jobs you've applied for? That's the final output. So the crushed ores are being output from there. Hang on, let me grab my overclockers. Not heard anything. Right, first of all, actually, let's get... We need to do the final output from here. And I think we might actually have to remove that. More surprised if you do hear something these days. Kind of sucks that that's the case. What we want to put the interface there. And the final output from this... That's kind of awkward. I'll check it out in a little while. Thank you, Obsess. Alright, so we have that there. That will be our final output. I want to have that final output there just because we are only going to be inputting stuff that we have storage space, the storage cells for in there. So at least that will allow us to be able to see that and input directly into it. Your LUV ZPM. Did you play through... actually, this doesn't need to be there either, does it? Did you play through Monifactory at all? Back in 1.12? Okay, so that's where the final output's going. We can just move the one we got at the top. So Awful recently saw a study, the new grads and grads about your age are at the same level of unemployment. Let's just be honest, this world is turning to shit at this point, isn't it? Like, this world is just going to hell right now. Yeah, so... Crushed ores... All the crushed ores will be going in to be getting washed regardless. Oh, hold on. All crushed ores are going to be getting washed regardless. So should just need to Insert, tag filter. Forge crystals. So all forge crystals should go into there. We're going to need stack upgrades for all of these just to make sure nothing overflows if we start putting a lot of stuff through. Because the macerators are going to be going faster than pretty much anything else, I think, at this point. So we do want some stack upgrades. Do I want to... Yeah, I was going to say, do I want to make the next tier of stack upgrades? I kind of do. And we want to have a couple of these for each of these outputs and inputs. So how many are we going to need? Well, like 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, wait, where have I got the output from these? Oh, I actually haven't got an output on the, on here yet. Whoops. That's kind of a necessity. I've got the input bus. I haven't got the output. Okay, we're going to have to switch this around and put the output bus on that side, and we'll move the input over to here for now. That'll work. How do I forget the actual output for this? All right, let's... Of course, I picked the one block that has the ME cable underneath it to break down into. Right, so that's the purified ore output now. And then we need another one there. That. That. Okay, and that is crushed ore inputs. I know your first time, Greg, and only played all the mods 10 once before. I can say I've played a lot with Greg Tech. We played through the entirety of Monifactory. Never quite finished Interactions. And played... I'm in the middle of another run on GTNH at the moment. Oh shit, that's the wrong block on the frame stair, wasn't it? So I have played a decent amount with this. How have you been enjoying Greg Tech though? Like, Greg Tech is one of those mods that like not everybody enjoys Greg Tech. There are some people who can't stand it. What was the tag filter that I had in there? Was that in there? No. Didn't I set up a tag filter already on the input of this? Why have I somehow lost it? Oh, well, never mind. It will no doubt screw things up and I'll fix it later. Alright, so we're getting the crushed ores into here. And the crushed ores go into there. Crushed ore output is coming from there. These are going to need to be... Why have I set that as an extract? I have no idea. The crushed ores are going into there. Using modded and Monifactory, seem more up your alley. You're enjoying it, you play on the server, you've had a few people with you for a bit, but they can't last through LVMV. Yeah, it's not for everybody. Which is a shame. Right, okay, so... I do need to be able to connect that up to this laser network, though. The, thing on top of there. This needs to get connected to here as well. Yeah, okay, right. This is going to be... You know what, I'm just going to grab... that input from there. We've not got anything going through here anymore anyway. That is where the final... Where the hell did that go? Does anybody know where that item card just went? Oh, it did go into that. I couldn't say because it was it was in the first slot. There we go. Okay, right. So, and that's where the other one went as well. Okay, so that is the final input. That is everything that we have storage for at the moment. Probably hop back into Moni when you're in a mindset to do it. You seem to actually be quite enjoying it when you played it. Also, I'm going to need to concentrate on this for a bit so I don't actually... kind of forget anything else. Right, okay, so that stuff needs to go into there. We need to input... Oh, hang on, this is not connected either. So I'm trying to, like, pay attention to chat and also do this, and I'm kind of failing miserably at the minute. Right, so this needs to be for the purified ores. And we'll just blacklist the extraction of the ones that we need to, that we don't need to pass on. Absolutely hate Nuclearcraft. I've not tried Nuclearcraft Neoteric yet, the version that's in this. We're getting to that point, but I wanted to get the proper infrastructure set up before we progressed any further. Right, so this needs purified ores. Did you get bored and download a Cube.js script that lets Fortune work on GregTech cores for Monifactory? Yes, you did. That's one of the things I really like. One of the changes that I really like about GregTech New Horizons. They've made it so now the ores don't drop the ore, they drop a raw ore, and Fortune works on it. It makes the early game so much easier. And so much quicker. Right, so that is where all of the purified ores are going to go, although we do need to blacklist a few of them. Hang on. Right, I need to stop getting distracted and actually just sort this out properly. Where are we blacklisting them? I'm not for the life of me remember. There we go. Right, so we need to blacklist these from going anywhere. We're going to need to add to this as well. To our blacklisted purified ores. They do not need to go on to the next stage. They need to go back into main storage or processing elsewhere. So the crushed ores, that's the... Right, so yeah, we need to output from here. And we need to... Actually, we'll do all the overclockers, but we're not taking it down past 5 ticks because we shouldn't need to. And then we just need a filter in there where we can blacklist all of these. And then any other ones that we need to not take out of here, we'll just blacklist, and then they'll get sent elsewhere. We'll blacklist them on here and then whitelist them elsewhere. What do we get to there? And there. There's going to be other ones we need to add to this. Once we get past this point, we'll have to go to a tag filter instead. Actually, we might be better off using a tag filter now before we go too far into this. I would have actually preferred this to have been at the top so we could easily access it. Where did we get to? We're doing chalcopyrite, weren't we? So tetrahedrite. Although this is something we're not going to have to do very often. Pyrite and galena. And these are deny list. So that should output anything except those onto the next stage. And then we need to... Is it possible to... It would be nice if it was possible to duplicate tags. Although actually, I guess we can duplicate tags, can't we? We just duplicate we just clone the entire card. So if we clone the card, and then we do another output from this, and we set that to an allow list, and then that sends it to the final output. No, you are all good. You are all good, Guitar Lilin. You are all good. I hope the day gets a little easier. That actually needs to be on there, and it turns out that we do actually need a laser node on here as well. Because we do need this as the kind of interim output. Alright, so that will take care of that. So that's inputting purified. This is outputting purified, except for these. Those ones are then getting output into there. And then we'll get... Did I put that in the right place? Yes. They'll get output into there. And then if there is a space for them storage-wise, they will go into there. Right, so that's inputting purified ores. That shouldn't need to change anything. This will be the refined ores. I don't think any of the refined ores need to go anywhere else. It's literally just the purified ones that will be going elsewhere. So that will be extracting these. We might end up needing to speed this up. Past the 5 ticks. I'd prefer not to if possible. Maybe not super sound sensitive, super light sensitive, super touch sensitive. Oh, that's so scary. Guitar, if you need to head out, like, don't feel like you need to kind of explain yourself or anything like that. If you need to go and kind of take care of you, make sure you do that first. Like, that is the most important thing to do. So ensure that you are taking care of you. All right, and then we've got the refined ore inputs. That should just be... We're obviously... There is going to be other outputs from this. Basically, anything that's going to be anything that's going to be a dust or a gem from any of these will get sent straight to... As a byproduct, will get sent straight to the main output. That needs to insert on... what do we put in here? Refined ores. That will basically just allow any refined ores into there. Okay, so that takes care of all the main... the main output. So let's just go and test to make sure this is actually doing anything. Because we haven't actually put anything through here yet. Let's put a little bit more Garnier right through. Let's just grab a little bit of that for now. And then if we put... Right, how do I want to do this? I don't want everything to output straight away. I want to make sure everything's going where it's going. It's supposed to be going. So that's fine. That is going to be okay. So if we put those into there, that should process those. Ah, it's only doing one at a time, isn't it? Hold on. I forgot to change me parallel hatches. Yeah, that'll take care of those. Then the iron dust, like anything... So basically from here, we need to output anything. Anything that is a dust, basically, needs to get output to the final output. Anything that is... what have they actually got there? Forged dusts. Anything that is... That's gonna be outputting all the wrong stuff now as well. Bollocks, I should have put the tag on before I changed the channel. Right, so that is anything that is forge dusts. Go to that output. Let's grab these back again, since they went from there. So if we put those in, it should take out the iron dust, but not the rest. And then this, if we extract that on orange, that should go as far as... Should have gone into there, and we should have... Oh, I didn't change these, did I? I actually have no idea where stuff has gone now, because I forgot to change things. Oops. But now, I don't know where anything is. Right. Hold on. So... That did output, so that has probably actually gone through the majority, if not all of this now. Oops, hold on. Hold, please. Right, let's just... For right now... Change those to that. And then if we put another... by the way, I do all of these tests now to make sure everything is running 100% as expected and as intended. Okay, so that's not gone to where I would have expected. Where did that go to? It hasn't gone anywhere. Wait. Oh, shit. Because I fucked that up a little bit, didn't I? Rather than using the raw ores, I used crushed ores, which is not what I was supposed to be doing. Okay, well... Damn it. Right, let's just go with something that we know we've processed already. I have everything stored for... Right, okay. Sorry, my brain is not with it today, guys. I am struggling a little bit. So, let's see. If we put that into there, I should process. Yeah, the crushed ore should go over to here, which would have been processed and turned into... Nothing yet. Oh, right, yeah. Because we're not actually outputting distilled water yet, are we? Are we even powering this thing yet? Yes, we are. Do we have you set up in... No, you're set up to be a chemical bath. No wonder you're not working. Okay, so you have everything you need. So why are you being a pain in the ass? Crushed ore should be able to go through the ore washer. Ah, there we go. I just need to take it out and put it back in again. Okay. Yes, that will output those. So that gives us those, which should both be forged dusts and the purified aluminium. So if we change that to there. Oh, right. Yeah, we also just need to add forged dusts to this as well, don't we? That's right. Okay, so yeah, we need to add... I should have forged dust on it, right? Yeah, so we output forged dust. That will take those out. And then the purified aluminium should go over to centrifuge. That should go over to there. And we want to stop any outputs from this for now. Make sure everything's going where it's supposed to be going. That goes there. I think I might have output that to the wrong place because I cycled the wrong way. Oh, no, there we go. Yeah, that's also not got the parallel hatch running yet. But that is going through and giving us the refined aluminium, as well as bauxite dusts. So we need 2 outputs from here. One with dusts, which will output on there. I'm probably going to need to put go back through and make sure I have overclockers on everything. But that should be... Oh, wait, are you... Oh, you're not connected anymore. For some reason. Yeah, there we go. So that's taking care of those. And then this. We should... Yeah, if we just do that, that shouldn't make a difference anyway. Red, I do want to filter... I do want to do a tag filter on there, because I have a feeling we're going to get some stuff that's not meant to be in here coming into here. Alright. This is going to cause issues. So yeah, that's gone through there and then been processed into there, and everything has been turned into dusts, and then that needs to extract from there. And there we go. So anything that can go into, that we have storage for, should go into there. So if we put... I'm going to turn that output off for a second. But if we were to just put the raw aluminium in there, we need to make sure all of these are set to up to 4 parallel recipes at once. And there we go. We should have a bunch of outputs, of dust outputs from there. The only thing is, there are a couple of other things that output from here that aren't dusts. Mostly those are things... Can't remember. Yeah, I think we've got had like yellow garnet coming through there from something. Yeah, from Grossula we get yellow garnet from there, which is considered what? A gem. So if we we'll have to keep checking on these. But if we check for kind of forged gems as well on these, that should work. But that looks like it should be okay. So if we wanted to... Let's see. If we got any... Say we just want to take some of the crushed ores. If we take the redstone, for example, we just put a bit of redstone through. We don't need it, but... that's the input, right? That should process those. That'll go through there. Everything will end up in there. Perfect. All right. So there's going to be some little bits and pieces that we need to sort out with this. But for the most part, that will be fine. Like I say, we're going to have to deal with things like some of the gems, like the yellow garnet and things like that, that'll come in from various places. But what we should also be able to do... Hang on, let me just centrifuge these because... I should probably put an input bus on here as well. Just in case there's anything we want to manually put in. But yeah, that should, I think, be okay. So say we wanted to process more of the garnerite dust. This is actually going to have to move over to here, or probably here, actually. And then if we want to input anything to there, yeah, we should have some garnerite in here. Some crushed garnerite, so if we do that... Oh, the only thing is, this is... That doesn't need to be on there, does it? That needs to be on... Because I don't want the ores, like the raw ores and what have you, to show up in our ME system. All of that is going to be on subnetwork. So we're going to have to run this slightly differently. So we're going to need... should be a... This actually doesn't need to go there. That needs to be on the subnetwork. Alright, so if we just make another 128 of those... It's kind of awkward that I've just not got enough space here for all this stuff. It's awkward. Right, despite all the space we have in here, there is not enough space. Right, so this is going to be the subnetwork. The annoying thing is this, like we can't... I wish there was a way to like bridge between... network, like between networks, like crossover, have a crossover like that without having to do something like this. Because we're going to want this over here because there's going to be the storage for the raw and crushed ores somewhere around here. Gonna be this, and then this will have to come down here. To here. I hate cabling like that. It's horrible. How are you doing, AK? Alright, so we'll move what we've got upstairs at the minute down here. Ore-wise. We shouldn't have any ores coming into here at the minute. If we just move all of... Ah, that's a problem. Oops. Let's put some of them into there for now. And then we'll have to move the interface in a second. We'll just have one drive there and the other drive there. There were two dedicated ones I had. Well, those were in the other. Oh, so I've put all of that lot into there. Grab those. A quartz fiber gone. There was a quartz fiber there. Where the hell did it go? Oh, it's there. Okay. And then we need... How do we want to do this? I guess we can connect the quartz fiber pretty much anywhere to power this. And then we're also going to need an interface off here somewhere. Actually, we've got the interface at the top, haven't we? We'll just steal that one. Can I retain the settings from this? Let's just copy that for now. And we'll not bother about retaining the settings. Right, so what we need is an interface that is somewhere. Put that there. That there. Put that there. That should now allow us to import raw and crushed ore. So if we just take... Oh, right, we do need to set that to insert only. So we don't want to see those ores in there. Oh yeah, it would have done, wouldn't it? Yeah. I've never actually tried it with the tag bosses. Yeah, so if we do that, and then if we just set this to insert garnerite, that will just start processing all of the garnerite for us. Oh, and everything's going through there now as well. So yeah, then we just need to set that again to extract. And that will process all of our ores. Hopefully leaving the bits behind that should be left behind. Right, we've got a couple of things. I want to see if we've got... Have we got anything... Right, we haven't got anything in any of those in a minute. I want to see if we've got any like chalcopyrite or anything that we'll go for the plat line, just to make sure this will actually work for those. I don't think we've got anything though. Oh no, we've got a little bit of chalcopyrite. If we just put a stack of crushed chalcopyrite through there, let's turn that off for a second. And then if we want to put the crushed chalcopyrite in, we'll put that through there, and that should... Yeah, so the purified stuff's going through into the plat line there. Beautiful. Okay, that was actually a lot more painful to set up than I was expecting. It should have been a lot easier given that we have done all of this before. We still haven't got these set up. Have I got any emerald ore at the moment? No, I kind of want to get some emeralds because we're going to need exquisite emeralds in the not too distant future, and I'd like to make sure the sift we've got the sifter set up working properly. I guess we can also do this with the centrifuge. We can check the centrifuge as well. The centrifuge, well, anything we put through the centrifuge should just get automatically output. Although, oh, I've just realized we don't have any oh, we have got... Please tell me I've actually got storage for mercury. Yes, okay, we're good. So yeah, that seems to be working fine. The electrolyzer, we haven't tested yet. We'll have to try that later because I haven't really got anything to test it with right now. I'm curious, though, how long it will take to go through, like, a stack of something. So say we put the stack of stack of crushed garnier, right? When, like, how long is it going to take to go through that? Like, when are we going to stop? When do we stop getting stuff through? It's coming through pretty quickly, though, which is good. Oh, no, not quite done yet. Are we done yet? No, we're still not done. Okay, it does take a little while to go through a stack at the minute. Which is I'm assuming it's probably the thermal centrifuge that's taking the most time here. When can we get to the next parallel hatches? ZPM. Okay. A little way yet. But there we go. That is that lot sorted. Let's go and move the miner and find an emerald vein of some description. Just so we can test this out for that. And then after that, we should be able to just leave stuff processing. And it should be fine. Right, we need to remove that. We do need to find an emerald vein, though. Which we're going to have to go to the nether for, it seems. Actually, didn't realize that emeralds didn't generate in the overworld. I've never really had to mine them, so... Alright, let's see what we can find. Well, not any emeralds yet. Still no emeralds. Oh, there's bastnasite and neodymium, though. Although I'm going to guess that's in very small quantities. Okay, this is going to be kind of rough to find, isn't it? I guess we could have just bought some emerald ore to test this with. Oh, no, hang on, there we go. There's a tiny amount up to the northeast. Oh, wow. It really is a tiny amount, isn't it? Holy shit. Okay, well, that'll do. Let's make sure we are in the right chunk. Are we going to get anything else with this? I think the first tier of mine is only a 3x3 chunk area. So we'll get a little bits of a few other things, but nothing major. I do want to build this a little bit off the floor, though. Don't know why. Doesn't really matter, but... Alright. And we do still need to check to make sure we're not going to get anything from this that we don't have storage for yet. Right, we'll do that. The rest of that in a moment. I really probably should just stop worrying about using the drilling fluid. Using excess drilling fluid, because drilling fluid is not exactly expensive. And it is just slightly adding to the time it takes to set this up. I did that those the wrong way around, didn't I? Okay, right, so what do we get from... What do we actually got in this vein? Beryllium... Mostly beryllium and emerald. The beryllium, what do we get as a byproduct? Just emeralds. I don't think we've got storage for emeralds at the minute, so we do need to get a storage cell for that. And the emerald ore... we get beryllium dust, which I'm pretty sure we also don't have storage for. But the... Yeah, we haven't got anything for that. I haven't got anything for that. Okay, right. So let's do... the 4K drives. These should be a little quicker to make now as well. Yeah, there we go. Emeralds. And beryllium dust. Right, now we should just be able to set a home point. Chunk load. And then give it some power. We are getting a few other things like tetrahedrite, but that's not a hugely big deal. I keep pressing F9 to kind of change the chunk borders. I'm so used to playing GTNH at the minute. Alright, so that should be getting us... Yeah, we got some emerald ore in there. Right, so we do need to... stop the output of those on here as well. Because the purified emerald will go through into the sifter. So purified ores, emerald. Although, actually, no, we shouldn't need to do that. This we can do with priorities, can't we? We got the input bus there, which means we need to add another barrel on here. I still need to do all of the stack upgrades that I want in these. I don't think I'm going to need quite as many as I originally thought, but we are still going to need stack upgrades in them. And that needs to go there. That is not in the right place. Oh, wait, why is that disconnected now? What the... I'm very confused. Okay, never mind. Right, so... that needs to go there. Hopefully. Now, we haven't got anywhere for the outputs to go for this yet. So we need to, before we put route anything into here, we need to make sure there is outputs for it. Now, obviously, the emeralds themselves, we've got storage for now. But we are also going to get purified piles of emerald dusts, exquisite emeralds, and flawless emeralds. Successfully trimmed the 10-10-10ing of seeds down to 3 base seeds. See, I wish more packs would do that. It's so tedious doing 10-10-10ing of seeds, unless you've got a way to automate it. Okay. We're going to have the purified piles of emeralds, which we just haven't... I guess they can just get stored as well. Right, so if we just do another 4K drive for all the other parts of the emerald... Although, do we want to... Maybe. I don't know. Do we want to keep the exquisite one separate? I don't think so. I don't think it's going to matter too much. If we use a... What's the card called? The equal distribution card. Yeah, if we use an equal distribution card, we can basically just give enough storage for all of these various forms, and then we can always turn the flawless emeralds. I think actually we should put the exquisite... You know what? Let's just do a separate cell for each of them. For each of the different things. It's a much easier way of doing it. It's not like we're short on space. We're only going to need the 4K ones, I think, for the exquisite. The flawless and the purified, we can just do 1Ks, because we're not really going to be doing much with those. Anyway, and that's still like 8,000 storage for them. Alright. So if we do... That's the 4K, isn't it? So yeah, that's for the exquisites. We actually need the exquisite emeralds for stuff. And then purified emerald dusts. And the flawless emeralds. We don't really want the purified emerald dust, but we'll probably end up just outputting that to a centrifuge anyway, eventually. So it shouldn't be a problem, I hope. So exquisite emerald. It is just called exquisite emerald, right? And then purified pile of emerald dust. Flawless emerald, right? Yeah. We can probably... I'm pretty sure we can use laser engravers to get those up to exquisite anyway. Yeah, if we do those with just a white lens, we can turn 2 flawless into an exquisite. That's fine. So if we then change this and we insert into here, we'll do it with tag filters again. Purified emerald ore. Yeah, purified emerald ore. And then we set that on a much higher priority. Hopefully, that should work. If we just put a stack of these in here, we shouldn't see any of these go into the centrifuge. But they should be outputting from here. There we go, beautiful. That is doing what it's supposed to do. I'm not getting a huge amount of exquisite emeralds, but we're getting a few. Right, the purified emerald dust. If we just output this to a centrifuge, that'll give us emerald dust and and aluminium dust. Aluminium dust doesn't matter. We may as well keep the emerald dust. Actually, do we even need the emerald dust for anything? Like, is it actually going to be useful? Emerald heat sinks for nuclear craft. We can electrolyze it for beryllium, aluminium, and silicon. A little bit of oxygen. Explosion compress it. Empowered emeradic crystals. Do we need these? Yes. Alright, so the empowered emeradic crystals. It is made with the emerald dust, so we do want to keep the emerald dust then. And store that. Okay, so that's got us a lot of emeralds, though. I don't know if we had any emeralds to begin with. I don't think we did. Yeah, if we just output this to... We just output that to there. That'll start sorting that out. So let's just do a few more stacks of this. I'm not going to put the whole lot through yet. We'll just output a bunch of this. So here. And that looks like it should be good. It's doing what it's supposed to be doing. And we are getting a few more exquisite emeralds. Alright, so that is, I think, pretty much the ore processing sorted, at least for now. We should be able to get a decent amount of emeralds from this. Do Warframe witches do shitty missions for things you need? How dare they? How dare they not just give you them, Quiet? How rude of them making you actually do something. Alright, so I think, on that note, I am going to go and take a short break, since it is a decent time to do it. Once we get back, we've got to fix our whole EBF situation down here. We've not done anything with this for ages. So we kind of need to fix this. I want to get everything up to, at the very least, nichrome coils. And we're going to kind of wall share a lot more with a bunch of these as well. And just upgrade them to using the ME hatches and buses, which we didn't have before. So it's going to be good. It's going to be nice to have everything sorted out. Anyway, for now, though, I am going to go and take a short break. If you have been sat down for a while yourselves, I do suggest you do the same thing. Just get up, wander around, use the bathroom, whatever you got to do. Don't go too far, though, because I will be back in just a couple of minutes. I am going to run some ads during the break. I will only ever run these during the break, though, so you shouldn't miss anything. And let me see, what's, you successfully trimmed, sorry, you've got one nether wart has to be analysed and bred up as well? Okay. That's not too bad. Like, 4 is not too bad. Alright, guys, I will be right back. And thank you for the hydrate, Joe, as well. I appreciate it. All right, everybody, I am back. Thank you all for sticking around during that break. I do greatly appreciate it. All right, where were we? I have been putting off doing these EBFs for ages because I'm lazy. But basically what we need to figure out is what we want dedicated EBFs for as many things as possible. So even if we're not necessarily passiving the resource that we've got the EBF for, we want to at least be able to have a dedicated EBF. So if we need to make it, it will always be being made. So we need to figure out which things we need for those. So I'd kind of like to have dedicated EBFs for pretty much everything. Oh, we can also tear like pretty much all of this down and probably put more EBFs down here as well now. Now that we think about it. Now that I think about it. So that's actually quite good. Thank you for the welcome backs. But yeah, at the minute we've got the dedicated ones for like aluminium. I think that is, yeah, vibrant alloy. That's energetic alloy. That's doing stainless steel. That one is for titanium when we have rutile available. Oh, that one's just doing neodymium. And this one is just like a random one that we needed for things like lumium and other stuff. Speaking of which, we've got a few more lumium to put through there. So, we basically need to figure out what we're going to be doing dedicated EBFs for. We know we want one for aluminium. So if we just do, we'll just put the dust in. That's aluminium dust. We know we're doing one for, we've obviously got one for stainless steel. We're going to be tearing down the ones that we've got and rebuilding them all as well. So we've got stainless steel. Energetic alloy. Not that we're going to need a huge amount of energetic alloy at this point, I don't think. Vibrant alloy we're also doing. We're going to keep the neodymium one because we do need that for neodymium rods. Oh, wait, are we getting neodymium in... Am I right in thinking we're getting neodymium from... Oh, that's... Yeah, I was wondering why we had so much... Why we still had neodymium coming through. It's because we got neodymium from the rare earth centrifuging. So yeah, that's good. Okay, so we've got one for neodymium. We do want them for lumium and signalum as well. I'm kind of feeling like RTM alloy kind of needs one as well. Although I don't know how much we need that. Once we start moving past the RTM alloy coils, which is, we will be moving on to HSSG soon. I don't know how much we're going to need it. Hold on, where's the dust? Yeah, so we don't need RTM alloy anywhere else, really, I don't think. I don't think it's used for much else besides the coils. I think there's a few things that possibly need wires. Maybe, or maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, there was a couple of things that use RTM alloy wires, so I don't think there's much point in doing a dedicated EBF for those. We do want one for the silicon balls. I probably. When do we get to the next tier of these anyway? I'm assuming the next tier is going to be the Naquita doped ones. So yeah, we'll keep an EBF specifically for the wafers as well. I'm not gonna bother making all the EBFs HSSG. It's just a waste of materials. And time. Like if we're passiving something like aluminium, if you're passiving it, like just at nichrome coils, it's going to be down to like 2.5 seconds per ingot, and that's going to be going constantly. Well, I'm doing dedicated EBFs for everything now. And regardless of which, like it's just like there's no point in upgrading to it. Like, all it's doing is using, well, it's actually using less power the higher tier coils you use, but all it's doing is just using more power to make the materials in the first place, which you don't need to do. Like, there's, like, for aluminium, for example, there's not much point in going over nichrome. 2.5 seconds per ingot is going to be plenty. Like, we have never ran out of aluminium, and it's running at 20 seconds per ingot at the moment. Like, there's no point in running it any higher than that. That's just still only running at MV. We're going to be moving all of these up to at least HV, at least AV rather, because it's going to be easy to power. But like, there's just no point in doing it in like everything at as high a tier as possible, because it takes time that could be used doing other things. And if it's passive, like if it's something like this, where this is the one where we've got all the request crafting stuff for the for like the EBFs, then this will have on the highest tier we can do at the time, which means we are going to need to do the HSSG coils. But the rest of it we don't need to worry about doing it. Anyway, right. So we're doing we're getting neodymium coming in consistently. Tungsten steel I would like to do as well. I like a dedicated EBF for the tungsten steel as well. Because tungsten steel is something that we keep needing more and more of. Because obviously it's for the IV machine hulls. That's actually another thing that I don't necessarily agree with, the whole passive everything. Not everything needs to be passived. It's just, again, it's just a use of power, like using power that you don't need to use. I mean, not that power's difficult to come by, but it's just wasted time and energy. Anyway, like tungsten steel we need to do. We should probably do tungsten as well, because tungsten is, we don't need to keep a ton of tungsten. But if we make sure we have a little bit in stock at any given time, it'll make our life a little bit easier. What else do we do? What else are we putting through here that's... Oh, I guess we probably want to set one up for iridium as well. I might do... Since we're not... For the time being, I might do the iridium and osmium in the same thing. We'll see, but osmium's definitely something we're going to need to do. Although osmium is a lot more expensive, but kind of a lot more power hungry. So we'd need to be doing, I guess having iridium and osmium both running at LUV is not going to be the worst thing in the world. But I would say anything like the aluminium, stainless steel, again, also only needs cupronickel coils. What are the nichrome? Because this is something that we can potentially, I will the one time I will consider upgrading the coils is like all the coils would be once we get to something like the rotary hearth furnace. Then it might be worthwhile. But for right now, I just don't see the point. Right. Is this less than 18? Does this take less than 1800 Kelvin? Yeah, so we can get at least one perfect overclock out of that. So I'll take it down to what? Just under 7 seconds per stainless steel. That's plenty for a passive. Energetic alloy, again. Cupronickel. So yeah, all these four, if we have all these four on nichrome coils, have we got space in this chunk here to wall share all of them? I mean, HSSG isn't necessarily expensive now. Like, we have everything we need for it. The thing that's expensive is mostly time. Like, HSSG is just tungsten, steel, chromium, molybdenum, and vanadium. I have plenty of all of that. It's not that it's difficult, it's just the fact that 219.35 seconds for, what's that? I'm guessing around about 16 ingots. How much is it? No. Oh, actually, it does actually tell you in thing 1296, so 9 ingots worth. Not even so 9 ingots worth in 219 seconds. It's not really worth it. Yeah, exactly. Well, this is the thing. This is the other difference is that like playing it in single player, you have to kind of play ever so slightly differently. Hey, Eric, how's it going? But yeah, the things that we are the things that are used for like actively crafting will or generally use the highest tier coils possible. Anything that's passively running will use lower tier coils. Just because, again, time. And we've already got a bunch of nichrome coils already. We're not going to be able to fit all of these in where I want them, are we? Actually, we could get 4 in here. So one there, one there, one there, and then the other side there. And that would all stay within the chunk. So yeah, so how many coils are we going to need? So for the first one, it's 16 plus 10 for each subsequent one, isn't it? So if we're doing, so what, 56 coils? If we just do another 16 of those, should be fine. And Bennett, thank you for the hydrate and the posture check. So yeah, we'll actually turn these off for now. Because the whole setup underneath here is going to change. I think we can actually tear all of these ones down entirely for now. And I'm just going to keep the EBFs themselves, and that's pretty much all I'll keep in my inventory. Because everything else is going to change. Including probably where all the power cables and everything else go. Well, actually, that might not change. All right. I've still got to tear all this down as well, because that's also not needed anymore. Right, so we just wanted to keep those and those. That can go away. All of this can go away. And we'll get rid of those for now as well. And to give ourselves a little blank slate to work on. But what is actually taking the time with the Nicro? The actual Nichrome itself. So, Nichrome's still taking 11 seconds. Holy shit. Once we've got these EBF set up, though, we do need to upgrade that to HSSG, and we've also, that's, I think it's 42. So we need 42 HSSG coils for that. And then we also need another 48. I think we need another 48 over to upgrade all of these as well. That's going to be fun. Let's make another couple of EBFs as well. So we know these are going to be set up. So we're going to be there, 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 and there. What else are we going to need for all of these? Maintenance hatches. We need 4 maintenance hatches. We're only going to run these at EV. And the only reason we're running them at EV is because we can just output power with the ME through the ME system. Alright, and we also need output buses. Put one output bus there, I'll put the other one in between those. Yes, with pretty much any GregTech multi-blocks you can wall share. Alright, so we have got the 4 energy hatches as well. Those can go there. Actually, no, they need to go there, 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 and there. We do still need mufflers as well, yeah. And we're going to need input buses for all of them. It'll essentially become, well, it's technically still 4 separate machines. This is actually going to be kind of awkward, isn't it? No, we're not going to bother kind of speeding the production of this stuff up. Not with the passive stuff. It's just, it's not worth it. It's doable, but not really worth the extra effort. Right, this is actually going to be kind of annoying if we're wall sharing with 4 of these. Because I'm going to have to put something up at the top. Because we don't want to share the import buses. So the only other place we're going to be able to put the import buses is going to be somewhere on this top layer. How do I want to deal with that? Those go in there, and we can just put the muffler hatches in there. I didn't want to have ME cables like everywhere. I guess if we just put the output buses on the backs instead, we can have the input buses there and there and there and there. Then bring the ME cable up there and just tee it, kind of have a little T at the top of each of them. That should work. Alright. We are going to need a few more heat-proof inval casings. So that's what, 3, 6, 7, 8. Of course, I'm 1 short with what I've already got. Wonderful. This wouldn't be Minecraft without being 1 short. I might have miscalculated slightly how many nichrome coils I needed. Oh well, that's fine. Alright, so... that should be fine. Alright, let's take out all of this as well, just so we can get to the bottom a little easier. Although, not that we actually need to get to the bottom on these ones, do we? Given that everything is just coming up from the back. Let's bring those up there. And then we'll need to just bring these out to the side as well. Perfect. All right. Is it also making you want food by any chance? Quiet. Surprisingly, really? That is surprising. Okay. We're also going to need machine controllers for all of these. Appreciate it, Obsessed. Thank you, man. Right, let's actually do this instead. Hmm. Still haven't got around to changing the texture for the resource, the monitors. Why can I not remember the fucking name of them? Storage monitors, that's the one. Your breakfast was much bigger than normal. I guess that would explain it. And really do with a few more of those. Oh, no, why? Freaking lighting. Now it just looks weird. What card do I have? That is the Wireless Universal. That's basically a Quantum Bridge card, and that is the Quantum Entangled Singularity. Basically, it allows me to use my wireless terminal anywhere. So it is hooked up to... Wait, where did I even leave it? Yeah, it's hooked up to here, basically. It's linked with this, which is linked with our ME system, and then that card basically just allows it to see the ME system from anywhere in the world. Oh, that's so gonna bug me. Hey, Trez. That is so gonna bug me. Alright, we need emitters. Place looks cool. It's getting there. It's getting there, Trez. So that goes there, that goes there, that goes there. I wish there was... We've not really got an easy way of accessing these to change the amounts, though, which is a little bit annoying. Alright, we want these on... We want them to be inverted, and we want this to Send a redstone signal. Where's the aluminium ingots? So they are. We want to keep, if we just keep, say, 32,000. Where are we on those? Where are we on the aluminium ingots at the minute? 19k at the minute. Okay. How much you got to pay to come builds for you in every pack you play? A hell of a lot, because I'm not great at doing it, honestly. I'm not great at... Ooh, what are you... Oh, we haven't got to set a circuit, have we? Circuit 1 without the fluids, isn't it? Yeah, there we go. And there we go. 3 seconds, or technically it's about a little over 2.5 seconds. And then that should be able to shut off. We'll double check it in a second. Oh, let me out. Let's just make sure this turns off. So if we set that down to just 3. Yeah, that turns it off. Okay, perfect. I always have to double check that. Even though I've set that up so many times before, I always double check to make sure I've got it the right way around. All right, so that was the aluminium. We'll do vibrant, energetic alloy next. We stick that on here. Yeah, we'll just keep a couple of those in. Actually, let's keep it at 4 of each of them. Otherwise, because it only updates every 5 seconds. So, right, and then we want energetic alloy. Did I actually have a storage cell for these? Yes, I did. Okay. So let's up that a little bit from what it currently is. If we up that to just 8192. Is it not circuit 1? Or have you somehow not got power? No, it's circuit 1. You've got power. Why are you... Oh, right, because I never actually put the... Did I put the controller on there? I think I did. I just never inverted it, right? Yes, I never inverted it. There we go. That's better. Right, let's remember to do the other ones first. Before we go any further. Right, so that's the energetic alloy, and then vibrant alloy. On there, and we need to lock that, and lock that. I'll put the vibrant alloy dust to there. And give it a circuit. And then change this to 8192 as well. Should probably double check to make sure that one will actually turn off when it's supposed to as well. Wait, why are you... Oh, right, yeah. There we go. That's better. And then this one is... Wait, is this the one that's doing... This is the one that's doing stainless steel at the minute. Let's turn that one off, because that's what's going in here. Get rid of that lot. Right, stainless steel. Come out to there. Oh, wrong thing. I'm clicking on the wrong bloody place. No wonder it's not working. Right, and this needs to be... I don't know what I've got this set to at the minute. I don't know what I've got it set to store at the minute. If we just say 4096 stainless steel, that should be fine. There we go. Right. That's the first lot of EBFs sorted out. This one can go now as well. Uh-huh. Right. Put all of this away. Okay, so let's remove the ones from our bookmarks bar that we've already done. Oh, we've also got to go and check on the emerald as well. It's only 4 exquisite emeralds, which is really not a lot. But we've got the aluminium, we've got stainless steel, we've got energetic alloy, got vibrant alloy. Right, so neodymium. What does neodymium need? Again, it's only cupronickel coil, so we could have done that in the same area as that. But neodymium is pretty slow, so that will... If we do that to HV, there's one perfect overclock. It'll have one perfect overclock up to HV with nichrome coils. Although we might end up having this with slightly higher tier coils. We'll see. Thank you for the follows. Appreciate it. What else do we need? We could probably... I'm trying to think what else we're actually making consistently. Like, if we're not needing a lot of it, then there's no point in passiving it. Not worth doing microversium. Mithril? We're not using a ton of mithril either. End steel, we're making a little bit, but we really don't need much. Ultimate, we were using quite a bit, but I think that was mostly for... I think that was mostly for... Oh, what was that being used for? The multi-blocks. Vanadium, gallium, maybe? Maybe vanadium, gallium? I need to check exactly what we're using that for. If you guys hadn't noticed yet, like, when I set stuff up like this, I tend to... Unless I tend to not passive it unless I need lots of it because it's just extra effort that doesn't need to be done. Like, so things like magnesium diboride, we don't need a great deal of, at least not at the moment. We do still need to do tungsten and tungsten steel. Those are quite important. Tungsten carbide is probably a good idea as well. We have been using a fair amount of tungsten carbide. If we group those three together, the tungsten, tungsten steel, and tungsten carbide, each of those needs nichrome, nichrome, nichrome. We'll probably do those as RTM alloy. And we'll probably also do them at IV as well. I don't know, maybe not. Maybe we won't bother with with doing them at IV, especially since we haven't got a passive source of tungsten yet. That's another thing we need to get sorted. But we'll if we have these three together, we'll do these three and the neodymium together. If we group, I'm trying to get them into groups of kind of, actually, no, we kind of do want them in groups of 3 for the most part, don't we? And here, that actually fits a little better. In terms of fitting them into the chunk. Akira, hello. Although maybe not. Maybe not. If we did 1, 2, 3. So if we did 4 here, let's see. We could do them. We'd have to do it from there if we were doing them in sets of 3, because that would be 1. That'd be a second, and then a third there. And then we could do the same there. So that's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 across, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So yeah, if we did it to there, that would give us like 2 sets of 3 of them together. So I'm trying to think of this like aesthetically as well as functionally. But yeah, that would, yeah, if we do it in sets of 3. So I still don't know what I'm going to do with, I'm going to have to leave this somewhat as it is. Or I guess we could do it as a set of 4 with the neodymium and basically just copy what we've got over there, over here, because this is not needed anymore. I think that's the way I'm going to do it. Right, let's fill this in. Oh, and also get rid of all of this junk. Right, we'll just put everything away for now. It'll be easier. How you doing, Akira, anyway? How is your... Wait, what day even is it? I want to say it's Tuesday, but... I'm not entirely sure. Doesn't mean we're going to have to redo this. This was kind of like mostly a manual thing anyway. That was for the wafers. Is there? I thought that was an add-on that was not in here. I'm pretty sure that's an add-on that's not in here. It's in all the mods 10, because I remember using it in there, but I think that's part of advanced... It's either advanced AE or something else. Unless I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, please let me know, because that will be incredibly useful. It's not a default thing to it, though. It'd be nice if it was. Again, I could be wrong. If anybody does know, if anybody can say otherwise, please let me know, because that would be incredibly useful. Oh, fuck, there goes my backpack. Okay, so we want to do another 4 here for the tungsten steel, tungsten, and tungsten carbide. We're going to do all of those with the RTM coils, I think. So those need to be... Wait, how many do we need? So we said it's 16 plus 10 for each additional one, so 56. I think it's gonna be easier for me now to do the actually do the HSSG coils for this and then repurpose those ones. I think it's probably gonna be a little easier. But this is going to take a while to do. Because tungsten carbide, HSSG wire. So basically, if we need to make 42 of these for the 2x2 EBF. That's, what, 42 times 8 ingots? Just for the HSSG. And the HSSG itself... if we're doing this at IV... The 336 ingots, you're looking at... We've got two... With two of these running... That's how many? That's, what, 9 ingots? We looked at it? Yeah, so 9 ingots. 18 ingots in 219 seconds. So 12 seconds per ingot times, what did we say, 336? 4,088 seconds, 68 minutes it will take to make the 42 HSSG coils. That's not ideal. We haven't even, I don't even know if we've got 68 minutes left of the stream. That's the kind of, that feels like the kind of thing I should start going before I end the stream. But we do need the RTM alloy coil blocks. I guess we just set up the rest of the EBF here. And then we put the coils in afterwards. That might be the way we have to go about this. Oh, and we can't do this either. Oh, God, hold on. Sorry, my phone randomly started ringing. That is not usual. We're going to have to move our titanium setup then. Because otherwise there's not going to be enough space here for this. So we're going to have to move the titanium setup slightly. Because I do want to keep all of this together. So this is actually going to be its own kind of like separate entity, I guess. I don't really want to move that yet, though. Alright, anyway, let's just do what we can for the time being. All of this lot is just going to be heat-proof casings, isn't it? And then we need energy hatches. We will do them as IV, I think. I don't think we're going to be keeping like a huge amount of these in stock. At least not for the time being. And we need the maintenance hatches. Right, output buses. We are going to need a couple of. And we're going to need a couple of input buses as well. How many are we going to need? We're going to need 3 more of those. And the output buses will go in between there and... yeah. In there. The input buses are going to go back. We're going to need the muffler hatches. Yeah, we want to get this set up in such a way that we can have... we can add to this if needed. We should easily be able to add to the top of this as well. If everything's coming through the ME buses and hatches, all we need to do is basically just extend this up and have another layer of these on top if needed. Which we likely will. But yeah, like I think the way we're going to approach this is pretty much going to be, if we notice that we are constantly needing to wait for something, we'll set up a dedicated EBF for it. Also, how are we doing for the emeralds? We may as well just output all of this and process all of this. This should get us a little bit more exquisite, well, a few more exquisite emeralds at least. Maybe not a huge amount, but a little bit extra. What are we waiting for on the IV coils? Iridium wire. Moment. Oh, no, it's the HPIC chips. Honestly, yes, I would probably wait. There are some huge changes coming in 0.13. Especially, mostly to late game. But there are some changes being made. Which is one of the reasons why I'm choosing not to update past 0.12. So yeah, I like, unless it's going to be a very long time before it gets there, but it seems like it is getting to the later stages of testing at the moment. So probably won't be too long. These fucking HPIC chips just take forever. Or more accurately, the... Wait a minute, hold up. Hold on. You're telling me you're still crafting an HPIC wafer? Yet you are not actually doing anything. Why? Oh, because that's in the chemical reactor, not in the laser engraver, isn't it? Although you're... No, you are done. Yeah, you were just going through here. We could probably do with... Yeah, we could do with... It's technically already running at IV. I guess we could up it to LUV. We have got the power for it. Yeah, that's another thing we're going to need to fix then. Right, we got... Just waiting on one more energy hatch. Which we're waiting on the HPIC chips for. There we go. All right. Okay, so input buses need to be there. And then we just need those. And obviously we need another 3 down there, but we can't do that at the moment because these are in the way. I'm wondering if I just want to move that over to the other side for now. Although that being said, we don't have any rutile left at the moment to actually turn into titanium. So we can probably just tear this down and rebuild later when needed. So let's do that. Annoyingly, we are going to end up with a ton of cards that we need to initialize. Oh, shit. Yeah, we're going to end up with a ton of cards that we need to initialize, but that's okay. We can live with that. This is the downside to laser IO. Like one of the few downsides, in my eyes. Having to deal with this. Right, and we can get rid of those. Which means we can get rid of that. And that. That is simply not true. I know very well how to use it. Alright. So, get rid of all of this lot. Alright, and we need a few more of these. You know what? I'm going to start those HSSG coils going now. It's the only problem with the HSSG coils is it's going to tie up. Actually, no, we can do the HSSG in the alloy blast smelters, can't we? So we can. It's actually going to be slightly slower, I think, if we did it in the alloy blast smelters. I think.
Oh, I see. Running away, eh? You yellow bastard!
How long would it take? Alright, no worries, quiet. Take care. How long would it take running with the 4 EBFs as opposed to the 2 alloy blast smelters? If we're running it at IV, it'll take 21.75 seconds per ingot. But we are doing 4 of them. So that's what, 5.4 seconds per ingot? Oh, it takes it down to about half an hour. So yeah, it's probably worth doing it there. But if we just, plus we've got a few already. So if we just order like 336 of them, we're not going to, the only downside is we aren't going to be able to use those EBFs for anything in the meantime. So that might cause some issues. But we'll see. But these are kinda mostly set up now. Alright, we'll get everything properly set up. To a point where all we need to do is, there is still a couple of other things we need to do as well. Like we need to actually set up passive production of tungsten carbide as well. So we're doing tungsten carbide in here. We don't need much tungsten carbide, but we could do with passive production of it. Oh, hang on, I'm missing a heat-proof casing as well. There we go. Right. And these are all IV energy hatches. Obviously not going to do anything yet because it's not connected, but that's fine. That is easily fixed. Oh, wait, no, we wanted to do this. Need to remove all of this, don't we? And then we bring this across. On either side, because we need the machine controllers as well, so we can turn these off. And then across like so. There we go. I just need that there, that there. A few more emitters. Just get your OTM 10 pack going, but you can't be asked to do anything today. I have days like that. I was kind of like that last night with GTNH. I got on there, like, really now that I've got my proper LV very early MV power setup going, I wanted to get in and actually start making a little bit more progress, get my EBF made. But I just couldn't be bothered to do anything, so I just ended up spending about an hour or so hunting around for a mica vein, and then that was it. That was the extent of what I got done yesterday. I did at least find the mica vein, though, which is good. Pain in the ass to find those things. Okay, so now really all we're waiting on is... Oh, wait, hold up. Yeah, now all we're really waiting on is the coils. I think I need to make a couple of extra coils as well. Since the RTM alloy ones that we've got there probably aren't going to quite cut it. In terms of how many we have and how many we need. Why are these fine? And these not... Oh, we haven't got the monitors in there yet, have we? Yeah, it's the monitors that fuck with it. Lighting-wise. Ah, that's annoying. Alright, so... Oh, I kind of want to make a tungsten ingot so we can put it into there, but I can't because this is being used and will be for the foreseeable future. You know what? Hold up. You know what I'm going to do? We're going to cancel that. We're going to let these run out. And then I'm going to convert these all to 4 amp IV hatches. I did open Minecraft, yes. I didn't do a great deal once I opened it, but I did open Minecraft. Right, we need... We're going to up this to LV. LUV, rather. We won't be able to run LUV recipes in there with just a single 4 amp hatch, or with a 4 amp hatch, but we will at least be able to run them current recipes at LUV, which will be worthwhile. Oh, that's a point. Grounded 2 should be released today on Game Pass. Ooh, I've been looking forward to that. I don't know if it's been released yet, but it should be soon. Okay. I think what I might do is the EBF, any EBFs that require like any additional processing alongside the EBF, like the titanium, which we're kind of doing that we were at least doing the whole kind of production line next to it. We'll put those down on this track down here since we don't need this anymore for obviously ore processing. Speaking of which, is there anything we can process while we're waiting? Because I'm pretty... Oh, wow. I hadn't actually seen the top of that before. I didn't realize it had the, like, the glowy fluid in it. It's quite cool. Right, okay, so is there anything we want to process while we're here? Oh, shit, crushed ancient debris. Okay, I didn't think about that. Oh, it'll give us obsidian dust, which we were getting anyway, so that's fine. Bauxite. Oh, bauxite will give us some rutile, wouldn't it? We always want more rutile. So if we process the bauxite for now... Oh, it's still coming through the emerald ore. It's almost gone through the whole thing. Okay, we'll wait till it's done the emerald. Actually, what we'll do is we'll just put that in there now. And then it can just output both of them. And we are to an entire 300 or so exquisite emeralds, which is not a lot. How are my energy hatches doing? Not very well. They are... Oh, they're going to take forever because of the... things. Vanadium? We are using vanadium gallium there. Is it worth setting up one for the vanadium gallium? What else do we use vanadium gallium for? I know we're using the liquid vanadium gallium somewhere. Oh, the fusion coil blocks do need the vanadium gallium. So yeah, we are going to need to passive that. It's also needed for the HPIC wafers, so kind of want it for that too, I guess. So yeah, vanadium gallium is going to be passived. Oh god. Everything just broke for a second then. And I have no idea why. Am I still alive? Are we still here? Do I exist? Yes, okay, good. I was a little concerned there because everything just froze for a second. And it does not. It's not done that before, so I was a little concerned. A little confused. But yeah, vanadium gallium, we are going to have... It's same again. As soon as I started searching in there, it like the whole thing just froze. We're not running out of memory. Yeah, let's blame Windows 11. We did upgrade to Windows 11 the other day, so... That seems reasonable. And literally, the good thing about this is all we should need to do is just replace the energy hatches, and we should be fine. Once we get them. And then that should double the speed that we're getting these. Check the JAI options. I don't use I don't sync with JAI anyway. Or does the bug happen when you're syncing or when you're not syncing with it? But it's literally the first time I've had it today. It seems fine now, so I don't know what caused it. So it was sync. I'd not noticed it before today. Right, I think I can switch one of these out for now. As they are both IV, we shouldn't need to change anything besides that. There we go. And that is going to be 4 amps of LUV, but we should be producing at the moment... how much are we producing? So, 32,768 times 8, plus 6,144 times 8, plus, I guess we should do the stuff from the numismatics as well. 6,250 times by... How many have we got? 16 of those. And divide that by 4. 336,296. Which should be around about 10 amps of LUV. So we should be fine. I'll put the right one back in? Yeah. So 2 4-amp IV hatches. Right, what are we waiting on with this? Again, the wafers. Where's... That's passive crafting. Oh, I was trying to see how long the recipe was taking. Right, we've got one more. One to go. And then we can start our HSSG coils again. 3 bases done. You had lunch, so a little less than 2 hours, 10 or 3. That's not too bad. Are there any methods in your pack to kind of automate the process? I hate wafers and cutters. It takes so long. Come on. You can't be too far off being done. There we go. Right, now let's try the HSSG. Coils. Or, well, the HSSG. We'll do the coils afterwards because we still got other stuff to do. Right, so we need 336. So if we just do 3... We've got 68 already. So we just do... Let's just do 350. We'll see how long that's going to take. 11 seconds per ingot is not... Well, technically it's going to be 11 seconds per 4 ingots. Since we've got 4 of them running. So that's actually not that bad at all. I'm kind of curious how power hungry this is. Yeah, we're still producing plenty. 334,000 EU coming in. 247 going out. Okay, so let's get rid of those as well. It's nice to finally be starting to get this a little more organized. We'll be testing with modern agricraft doesn't play well with many mods. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of modern agricraft. They've added way too much complexity to it, as far as I'm concerned. They've kind of, with all the passive and recessive genes, it's just a nightmare trying to get exactly what you want. I had the issue in Nope Zone. Yeah, this is going pretty quickly. My one concern, like one of my concerns is going to be whether we can keep up with the vacuum freezers. No, not so much the need for blocks underneath. That was always a possible thing you could have with it. But no, they have dominant and recessive genes now. So if you breed together 2 different crops, it will potentially give you the crop that you're after, but it will have a dominant gene and a recessive gene for each of the different stats, including the type or the parents. And if one of the parents, or if one of the types is say you've bred together a wheat and a carrot seed to make sugarcane, that's obviously not a real thing, but when you get the sugarcane, if you breed that again, even with another sugarcane, if one of those dominant genes, or if one of the dominant or recessive genes is for the wheat, for example, you could breed together 2 sugarcane and get wheat. And it's just really confusing since you can't like easily see all of that information. Or at least you couldn't last time I used it. So it's a little awkward and a little annoying. Right, we were doing tungsten steel here, weren't we? So we may as well do tungsten carbide here as well. Well, I'm not sure how I'm going to get the power up to this. I don't know. We are going to need an EV mixer and an EV converter, which we do have. Right. I wonder. We might be better off moving this, switching it out for a 4-amp converter, and then bringing the power up from below. Doing it that way instead. If we get rid of... We can get rid of that. If we put that... Get rid of that as well. That there. along with that. And then we'll do... End steel is the EV power cable, isn't it? Yeah. Actually, you know what? We don't need to worry about that, do we? If these are EV, we can just use... No, you know what? I'm going to do it the same way we have been doing until we reorganize everything. I'm going to keep it how we've had it. I was going to switch over to using peer-to-peers for it, which... Is that going to be... Yeah, you know what? It's going to be a better idea to do it that way. It saves us having to mess around with power in other ways. Yes, I'm aware you don't have any power. Right, EV output. Right, that's got power. You should be shutting off. You shouldn't be outputting anything more now, right? No, okay, good. Right. This is a little awkward, though. Process not too bad. You just find just making a 5 square plot with 9 empty crop sticks in the middle and let the seeds go from the outside in. Usually, guess you one seed with both dominant and recessive of that breed. It is, but it's just a lot more, like, it's extra steps and extra things that you have to keep track of that you didn't need to before. And like, I don't really get why they changed it. It did not seem like it needed to be changed. And it's just kind of like, it's one of those things that's just, why? Right, we don't need the 4-amp converter anymore either. Okay, the difficulty now is we have a lot of things that we need to shut this up, these different things off based on. That is what that shuts it off. That shuts the tungsten steel off when we have enough tungsten steel dust. That shuts off the tungsten carbide. That should then, and then the bottom. So that one turns it off when we've got enough tungsten steel dust. This turns off when we have enough tungsten. When we drop below a certain amount of tungsten. So if either of those are on, it will shut off. This is a little awkward now because we need to shut the extraction off of this. I've made this incredibly awkward for myself. It's a good job we are going to be redoing pretty much everything in here at some point soon, because this is becoming a mess and somewhat difficult to manage. That's activated carbon. We don't want that. We want carbon dust. So... that's shutting off the insert when there's... Okay, I think we do this slightly differently. We're going to have to use a couple of these. But I think what we're going to do is we're going to output specific items, and we'll output just the tungsten dust on this, and only when there's a low redstone signal. set steel dust out of there. So that will only output tungsten dust when there is a low signal. So if we change this... And that will run on orange. So if we then change the redstone cards on these, I'm going to have to do another... yeah, we're going to have to do another 2 outputs on here, which is awkward, but it's the easiest way to do this without wasting resources. So if we output... How am I going to do this? This will stop outputting when there's not enough tungsten. And then we want the other one to stop outputting when there is too much tungsten steel. So that will output steel dust. I can find it. Yeah, that'll output steel dust. But only on a low redstone signal. If we just take that up for a second, that should output then. And if we set that back to 512, we probably actually want that a little bit less than 512. Since we don't need the tungsten steel dust for much, I don't think. Oh, we do need it for HSSG, so maybe we do keep it. The 512 of that. Right, tungsten carbide. So we then want to output on this just the carbon dust. And that is going to be on channel 3, but we're going to need another laser on there specifically for dealing with that. There are much better ways I could do this when I restart all this, but for right now, this will have to do. Right, and this we want to output when there isn't stop outputting when there is enough tungsten carbide dust. This, I don't think we need tungsten carbide dust for anything else, do we? Are there things we need to do with this besides EBFing? Titanium tungsten carbide, so not a huge amount. So if we just keep the like 128 of those installed, that'll emit a redstone signal when it's below that. Wait, no, it needs to be when it's above. And then that will only output on... that'll be on the blue channel, and then that will output only when that is low. Okay. And then we just need to set up the input on here, and the extract on there. We need to output tungsten and carbon. I'm pretty sure it is just tungsten and carbon for tungsten carbide, right? I'm not missing anything else, right? Okay, and then that needs to be on circuit 2. Oh, I do need to store a storage cell for tungsten carbide as well. Yeah, okay, so we'll just do a 1K storage cell for that. We don't need anything more than that. We're actually almost done with the HSSG. That was a lot quicker than I anticipated. We still have a lot more to do before we can make the coil. Well, I say a lot. We've still got a little bit to do before we can make the coils, but... Oh, wait, no, it's tungsten carbide we're making, not titanium. Alright, and we'll do... those. Tungsten carbide dust. One of these days we're going to start running out of space in there. I'm actually going to have to do something about that. Right, let's make sure this does shut off when it's supposed to. That should stop any more tungsten, any more of the carbon coming out. Yeah. Beautiful. All right, so we'll just keep 128 of those in there. All right. Right, what else do we need to do for the HSSG coil? This is gonna be fine. We need to get liquid tungsten. Am I going to need a higher tier extractor for this? I think we've got an HV one at the moment. We actually do need a to improve our extractor at some point in the near future. Because it is just an HV one right now. 2x HSSG wires. And then tungsten carbide foil. Right. And since I can't remember what the actual is called, let's put that into there for now. I need to get these. I need to get the dual hatches sorted. Anyway, that was that sorted out. Right, so HSSG coils. We said we needed 42, right? Yeah, so we just got to craft the tungsten and the tungsten carbide, and that should be fine. With these running at LUV, only 15 seconds per tungsten ingot, 13 for the tungsten carbide. That's not terrible. How are we actually doing for neodymium now as well? 1800. There's so much stuff we've got to get. I say this every time, but there's so much stuff that we need to get, like, set up and situated. I think we're going to end up doing the lumium, signalum, iridium, and osmium in... Oh, no, we were splitting them into threes, weren't we? Okay, we might do we might end up doing N-steel as well. So N-steel, lumium, signalum. On one part of here, and then we'll do a space, and then we'll have another 3 next to it. I will say one thing, though. It makes it a lot more difficult to organize things when you're trying to make things aesthetic as well. I have to be honest that I don't know if anybody has heard of a pack called Cosmic Frontiers. It's another Greg Tech pack by Ghostopedia. I think Ghostopedia is one of the people who's working on GT Modern. He stopped working on the pack for a while. I think he had a few kind of personal issues. But he started working on it again. There's so many updates now, and I'm really looking forward to that pack being in a more playable, like a more finished state. Because it looks fantastic. Hey, Tyler. How's it going? It's going pretty well. We're making progress. Slow progress, but we are making progress. Is everything... Okay, so we've gone through all the emerald now, at least. We should be going through the bauxite, which means we should have some... Yeah, we've got some more rutile coming in now as well. How did we do with... only 494 exquisite emeralds? That is not a huge amount. What do we want to process? What do we actually want to keep? Is there any point in doing the magnetite? Actually, have we got any vanadium magnetite that because we are going to need more vanadium soon. So yeah, let's actually start putting the vanadium magnetite through as well. So we'll do that once the bauxite's done. And then I don't remember what I set all these to shut off at. 32k. I think these were like 8,192, weren't they? I think the thing I'm going to run into with these is I'm probably going to run out of the energetic alloy dust before we get to where we want to be on there. I think I'm going to stop those at like 4k rather than 8,000 because we really don't need that much. And I also really don't want to have to speed up the processing of those. The stainless steel, I will actually... No, we'll leave it at 4,096. I'll be fine. Right, how are we getting on? We've got 3 of our coils. It's the tungsten carbide and the liquid tungsten that's slowing us down. Right, so... The extractor is becoming an issue. We have got the large extraction machine that we can make. This may well be worthwhile. It just takes the watertight casings, which just take watertight steel. Yeah, let's make one of these as well. It's slowing us down at the minute, so we may as well get it working. So 34 of those. I'm going to make all 34, even though we've got 2 in there already. I'm actually tempted to redo some of the stuff we've got here as well. Again, so we've got more space, but I think we're going to be okay with this. We've still got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've still got like 6 blocks of space in between these, which I would prefer it to be an uneven number, but I think it's fine. But I kind of like the idea, like I kind of like what we've got over here, where we've got this kind of like big gap down here. Since it's not like we're short on space, I think the main reason I don't want to change this around is because I really don't want to change all the patterns and rebuild the multi-blocks. Especially on this. But it would just make it a lot nicer if I could like shift these 2 over to here. And then just have the large assembler facing that way, like the front facing that way. And then the circuit assembler front facing that way. Then we've got all this space for decoration here. I think I will eventually do that. Just not right now. As we start building and actually building the kind of the interior aesthetics, we'll start doing that. Right, okay, large extraction machine. I would like one of you, please. So we need the elite canner. We can make everything for that. And the elite extractor, which we can make everything for that. Okay. Oh, you know what I haven't been checking on? I meant to keep checking to make sure we were still producing enough oxygen. And I haven't been checking that. So if we're completely out of oxygen... Oh, no, we're fine. We have gone down from 130,000 buckets to 129,810. So we are losing a little bit of oxygen. But that is likely just because these are all on at the moment. As soon as this gets up to maximum again, it'll be fine. All right, what else do we need? So I'll set up the extractor over here. How's power storage doing? Power storage is doing fine. Doing pretty good so far, at the moment at least. We've got 27 billion EU storage. And it's basically cycling. I think it's between when everything turns off when it's over 95% and only turns back on again when it drops below 85%. And we've not been in a situation where we are using more power than we are producing. Yet. It'll happen, but just not yet, thankfully. But yeah, we are, when these are running, when the extreme combustion engines are running, we are losing a little bit of power, but only when they're running. Right, so we've got an IV energy hatch. We need a maintenance hatch. Do I have any parallel hatches left? I do have one. Perfect. No, I might be an idea to have an alarm go off maybe if we drop below, say, like 40% or 50% or something. That might not be a terrible idea. Well, is there anything? Oh, there used to be like an alert, like alarm bell thing that in GTNH that would just give this like insanely loud thing when it was triggered. I don't think we've got anything like that though. That would actually have been a pretty good idea though. Oh no, they are producing it. It's what we're running out of is oxygen. Because these use liquid oxygen to boost the production. Without liquid oxygen in them, they only produce 8,192 EU per tick. With liquid oxygen, they produce 32,000. I don't think it was a tornado alarm. I can't remember what it was called. But there was an alarm that kind of like, it was like a klaxon sound that would go off. You could set it to go off when kind of machines needed maintenance and stuff like that. Right, let's start the large extraction machine going as well. What else do we need from this? We're going to need an output hatch. We're going to need an input bus. Just input bus and output hatch, right? Oh, and probably an output bus as well. Because there are certain things that you can put through the extractor that will give items rather than fluids. There we go. Oh, I've just realized something. I promised myself I was going to sort out my storage in GTNH tonight. And I really don't want to. It's a mess and there's fucking crushed ores everywhere. I don't want to do it. Somebody fancy coming and fixing my ME storage system, my GTNH storage system? That'd be great. So watch this. 3 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3 by 5. Okay, we'll probably put this. It's not ME, unfortunately. No, it is a shitload of chests. I'm still in LV, so we don't have access to anything else. I need to start working on a cutter so I can at least make diamond chests. But right now, it's and the thing is, it's 1710 as well, so you can't even. So there's not even. Hang on, have I not got any chests? So you can't even put. So you have a double chest there. You can't put another double chest next to it in 1710. Oh no, you need a space in between them, unless you have trap chests, which I can't be bothered to make. So you have to have your chests kind of spaced out like this. You can do it with iron chests, so I'm probably going to upgrade all of my chests to either iron or gold chests. But still, it's frustrating. Right, okay, so where is the front face of this? Oh, it is actually on the front face as well. Where are you? There you are. Right, so you will go there. We can get rid of you because you are going to need to be a parallel hatch. Maintenance hatch can go there. And we'll do the usual. That's not what I want. So that's not the usual. Energy hatch. Output bus and output hatch there. And then we'll do the inputs on the back. That doesn't feel big enough. Oh, we need the two, let me guess, steel pipe casings. Yeah. What needs fixing about it? It's just a mess. Like, chests have started overflowing, and I've started storing stuff in just random places now. I need to start moving certain things into storage drawers or barrels as well. That we've got large amounts of. It's just something I've just been putting off and putting off and putting off. And I can't do it anymore. I've got to fix it. 'Cause it's still a long way until we get an ME system or a or any kind of storage system. I think, what is the first thing that we have? Logistics pipes, I think. I think logistics pipes is the first storage system we're going to get our hands on. What are we waiting on here? This is actually working, right? No, why are you not doing anything? Oh, have you broken again? No. Oh, you were literally just finishing as I was doing that. Okay. I used to do the same back in 1.7, before you knew AE2 existed. Oh, I can't wait for AE2. What have I fucked up? What did I miss? I missed something here. What am I missing? 2 steel pipe casings, watertight casing. We've got the extraction machine, we've got the parallel hatch, we've got the maintenance hatch, we've got power. We've got an input bus, we've got an output bus and an output hatch. Oh, I put a casing in there. There we go. That's better. Thank you, Akira. I'm going to blame chat again for this because I just wasn't paying attention. But it's clearly not going to be my fault. I would, being a perfect streamer, I would never get anything wrong. I mean, it goes without saying, right? No, it's not even your fault this time, Quiet. No, as always, it is entirely my fault. I mean, there's not really any situation where when you're playing a game in single player that you can ever really blame anybody but yourself. There's just no room for it there. All right, pattern provider. You can go on there. We need a peer-to-peer. That can go there. We did do this in IV, right? We did. Okay, so that can go on there. That's giving it some power. Okay, we should be good. We just need to move the recipes over. We're going to need to look at circuits again soon. We've not really kind of approached circuits and looked for upgrades for a little bit. Oh man, that's slow. 30 seconds per coil block. Right, let's just remove all of these. We're not gonna multiply these though. At least not yet. There we go. Right, that should be a little quicker now, at least. For the extractors. Right, let's remove that and that. Have I got covered cables on me still? I don't. Okay, let's also remove that and put that in there. I need to start slowly, like, filtering out and kind of removing everything. Did I just remove the wrong thing? No, there was a recipe I didn't move. And it was the one recipe that I've just been using as well. I just couldn't see it because it was dark on a dark background. What else have we still got here? A polarizer. Do I even, like, we still need the polarizer. Cool, found out that in about 2 to 3 weeks they will move a whole church in Sweden. Oh, damn. How are they moving an entire church? For some reason, I've just got it in my head as, like, just a giant version of the create schematic cannon. I imagine it's probably not quite like that, but that's where my brain's going. A huge forklift. That will be one hell of a forklift. I've got to get rid of all of this. I'm also dreading doing that. Oh. Oh. You know what I was saying about other stuff that comes through that gets when we process stuff? Yeah, apparently there was a bunch of stuff in there, which I'm now going to have to deal with as well. Yay! Fun. Except not at all. Right, so I want to upgrade all. I want to use the stack upgrades. But I want to put stack upgrades in all of the things at the bottom of here, even though it doesn't look like we're going to need them. But I don't think anything is... Oh, never mind. Yeah, things are backing up. This is why we want the stack upgrades. I can put a couple of those stack upgrades in there. We can put 1,000 in each slot. Then we should never be in a situation where we completely back up here. But yeah, this is always going to be slower than the than this. Just shove it in the ME system. Hey, Kazma, how you doing? Yeah, that still takes 3 seconds, and this only takes 1 second. It'll be 1.25 seconds. And I'm assuming this will be 2.5 seconds. Yeah. Basically, what I should really do is upgrade this to a 4-amp IV hatch. That way it will keep up with that. Yeah, let's do that. It'll mean it'll be running at LUV, but I don't think that's going to be a majorly big deal. Driving yourself nuts with game development. Wait, you've started doing... have you always done game development stuff, Casma? Or is this a new hobby, career choice? Several car choice blow and driving them on them? Damn. That's kind of cool, actually. Right, I'm going to turn this off. And then, again, given that they're both IV, we should be able to do that. And it will use a lot more power. But it'll be down to the same speed as this. If only these perfectly overclocked. That'd be nice. Right. I'm gonna make sure I put more stack upgrades in the input, like stack upgrades in all the inputs. So we need what, 2? No, 2, 4, 6 more of the tier 2 stack upgrades? No, 8 more. Oh, 6 more because we've already got 2. Okay. Not exactly, Akira. Let me just sort these out and then I'll go through like how I'll let you know how it works. You do still like the general gist is the voltage tier is still important. You did game mode and you're working on an actual game now. Serve word games for multiplayer use. That's kind of cool. Yeah, but basically the way it works is we've got the energy hatch here, and we've got the substation here. The substation has dynamo hatches which output the power. We've got a 64 amp IV hatch and a 64 amp EV hatch. Basically, we still need to make sure that any IV energy hatches are connected to this one, to this peer-to-peer, and any EV ones are connected to that. So you do still need to, be concerned about the voltage tier, but otherwise it's just a lot easier. Because all I need to do now when I set it up is just have a peer-to-peer energy output and then just use either one of these. Because we've got these set to specific, that's for all the EV outputs from the substation, that's from all the IV outputs. Then obviously when we get to LUV, we'll add an LUV one and then ZPM and what have you. So, it's... yeah. Right. Vanadium... Hold on. Wait, didn't we set up beryllium storage? We did. But I never actually set it to output the beryllium from here. Which actually, I am going to need to get 2 more of the stack upgrades for that. Just to be on the safe side. Yeah, we just need to add beryllium dust to that. And that should output it. Hey, Life. How you doing? Yeah, that will output all those. Eventually. I want to make sure nothing has any stuff in the output that shouldn't be there. So far, we seem good. But yeah, it's going pretty well today, Life. We've made some decent progress. We've got all of the ore processing now switched over to the multi-blocks. We're just working on EBFs at the moment, which actually our coils are now done. We can now upgrade to HSSG coils. When I can find... there we go. The right place. So we can upgrade these to HSSG coils now. We should make some recipes a little cheap. Well, it should make most recipes a little cheaper. At least power-wise. Ta-da! We have HSSG coils now. Right, and then these are going to get moved over to here. We aren't going to have quite enough, but that was to be expected. We just need another 4 RTM alloy coil blocks. That should make this a little cheaper to run. 26,336 EU per tick. Wait, that is doing the RTM alloy, right? Yeah, see, it should normally be 30,720 because of the coils, it actually reduces the power usage, which is always nice. Doing okay-ish. Been a rough week, but you're taking some time to work on your pack. Awesome. How far along are you with the pack? That makes more sense. You wonder how it would work with the different tiers. Yeah, it's a nice way of doing it. There is also, I believe, still a 5% energy tax as well by using the peer-to-peers. So basically, the amount it's transferring, just like add 5% onto that. That is one of the things that's changing in 0.13 is that they are massively increasing the amount of the tax on it, just so that it's not really viable to use EU peer-to-peer. But there we go. That is all of those sorted out. So, what needs to go into all of these? Tungsten is going into one of them. So we'll make sure we've got tungsten in there. Tungsten steel is... So we'll put tungsten steel. I'm also going to need tungsten carbides. Why is the tungsten carbide? Why was that not working? Alright, we need one of each of these just so we can put them into these. Lock that. Lock that. And the other one was going to be neodymium. Do we need neodymium dust for anything else? Also... Oh! That was unexpected. Not sure why the neodymium was in there, but okay. Kind of takes the minigame of having the correct cables for power transmission out of the playing field. It does a little bit. But not massively. I mean, you can only use... Well, you can use the peer-to-peer for lower tiers, but the substation has only got like 64 amp outputs for EV and above. But everything else I'm using transferring as RF. It's not the most efficient way to go about it, but it seems to be working. So right, neodymium. If we keep this at 4,096 as well, where's the ingots? Okay. If we do that as 4,096, that needs to be, all of these need to be inverted, in fact. That was right anyway. That needs to be inverted. That's right. This needs to be inverted. I really wish they could fix hopefully that's something they're fixing in the newer versions, but like fixing the Z fighting on the covers would be nice. What? I made a hole somewhere. Where did I make a hole? I was back here. I guess so. All right. But that needs to output neodymium dust. I'll take care of those. Right, the other ones, tungsten carbide and tungsten steel. Tungsten carbide, if we don't need to keep a ton of tungsten carbide. So if we just keep, say, 256 for now, we can always upgrade this later if we need to. And then this would be tungsten steel. And we'll want to keep a little bit more of that, so we keep 512 of those. And then tungsten. If we just do 256 of those as well. And then we'll just output what needs to be output. So this was tungsten carbide, right? That's tungsten carbide. This was tungsten steel. And that was just tungsten. We're going to need to get more tungsten being processed as well. Right, it's kind of takes the... Hang on. It's still very early, but you have a solid plan for the start, and you're learning how to do custom lychee events using Cube.js. Also, I always enjoy like stuff like there's just like custom interactions with things. It's always nice. Just adds a different kind of like dimension to the game. These are all on circuit 1. Oh, I should probably, just to be on the safe side as well, make sure I have storage cells for all of these things. Okay, those have turned off now. Those have got over... Wait, why is that turned? Oh, that's turned off because it's not making the vibrant alloy quickly enough. But that's fine. That's okay. Just found how they will move it. They will use a bunch of trailers under the church, and then it will be driven around at a whopping speed of 0.5 kilometers an hour. The new place 5 kilometers away. So that's a 10-hour journey. Holy crap, that's gonna be rough actually for whoever's driving. Damn. Okay, so I think the last thing we probably want to get sorted today. We've got that. We've still got all of these to do tomorrow. But we're getting there with this. We still got to set up the titanium again as well. Let's actually put the titanium dust on there as well, since we need to do that. We need to reset that up. Speaking of which, how are we doing for rutile? 1,700 more rutile? It's not bad. Right, okay. So... there was something else I needed to do. And I cannot remember what it was. I think I am going to start the HSSG coils crafting, by the way, for the alloy blast smelters. Before we go. I won't do that right now. But we'll do it just before we end. Oxygen. We're still doing alright for oxygen. We should be back up and running again with all of these. Oh, I wanted to upgrade these to EV, didn't I? At least. Do we want to continue? Do we want to do that? Yeah, let's do that. We should have the EV energy hatches already, I think. Yeah. We are going to have to change a few things around under here, though. So if we turn that off and that off. Because again, we can now switch these over to no longer use converters. If we get rid of that and we get rid of that, we can put the EV energy hatch there. And that's there. We can get rid of that and we can get rid of that. We can get rid of that. And then put that on there. Connect that. And we did do EV, right? Huh? Ah, much better. Okay, I'm just going to do the same here. Get rid of that. 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 That in there. EV energy hatch. It's a pair. Oh. Fantastic. Right, the next thing is we've got to make sure this can keep up, which I'm pretty sure it will. Pretty sure everything should be keeping up here. Yeah, perfect. Alright. Okay, good. So, with that done, what is next? We have got more EBFs. I don't want to start on those EBFs today because I haven't really got the time. We could do with speeding up the crafting of the energetic alloy, although I don't know if it's worth it. Because this is what's doing it. We're currently just making it in LV mixers. Although that's not the energetic alloy, that's the vibrant alloy, but same thing. I should have some gold dust. Yeah, what I could start doing is just outputting gold dust from here as well, because right now we're macerating gold to do that. Let's output gold dust from here, and let's also see if there's anything we can process for a little bit more gold dust, just to be on the safe side. So if we do add the gold dust onto there as well. Oh god, no, not 1,000. And then that will keep doing that. But that's what was slowing it down before. And that will keep macerating it. So if we do ever run out of gold, it will still continue to do that. Vibrant alloy dust. What's being held back from the vibrant alloy dust right now? Oh, it's because we didn't have enough. We haven't got enough energetic alloy in there, I think. Yeah, we need to have like at least 256 energetic alloy dust in here for it to actually output to the vibrant alloy dust. That's fine, though. That's okay. We don't need these to be like ridiculously quick anyway. It's just nice to have them a little bit faster. But this should hopefully be able to run a little more consistently. This won't run anymore. Well, this should be turned off now anyway, I think. We stopped at 4,096. Nope, give me that back, please. Thank you. Right, okay, so that bit done. Let's see what we actually need to work on next, then. We've got the rest of those EBFs to set up. Those will be done tomorrow. We have got some more quests to claim, apparently. I want to have a look and see if there's anything that we need to do, or anything that we can kind of use the fluid drilling rigs to get that we're currently making in other ways. Anyway, yttrium, centrifuge, rare earth, and among other useful materials, you'll get some yttrium. Because this recipe has changed, outputs use a high tier centrifuge to increase output chances and ensure the output slots don't fill up or excess items will be voided. Okay, well, we're not having any issues with that anyway. That's fine. What are we doing late game? There it is. Oh, the HSSG coils. HSSG is the fifth coil material available, increasing your EBF's operating temperature to 5400 Kelvin, so it can produce more advanced materials such as Naquadar, which we are going to want to get to in the future. Not right now. Right, so what else have we got to do before we do start to kind of progress? I want to look at the advanced SMD components. We still need to get Lumium and Signalum passived. The thing that's concerning me about the Lumium is the luminescence and phosphoric acid, because we do need to get phosphoric acid passived, but we haven't really got a passive source of phosphorus at the moment. I mean, I guess there's phosphorus pentoxide, but it's like a 0.6% chance from centrifuging ashes. Not really worth going out of my way to do that, I don't think. 4 phosphorus will give you 14 of it. But we need the phosphorus that we want. Electrolyzing phosphate dust. Tributyl phosphate. I'm guessing that will require something with phosphorus in it to make. Manganese phosphide will require phosphorus in it. Apatite. I think we were using apatite. We wanted apatite for something else, and I can't remember what. It might be that we were just using this to make, get the chlorine and phosphorus. This phosphoric acid is... I remember this being a bit of a pain before. So, phosphorus itself, we can get from... I think there's stuff we can get in elsewhere. Or as part of other processes. Phosphorus trichlorides, gelatin mixture, but gelatin mixture takes phosphoric acid to make, so obviously not much good there. Phosphate is probably the way we'll want to go. Like we can go out and we can mine put the miner on a like an apatite and tricalcium phosphate vein, and process all of that. I think we've still got a bunch of apatite dust to process. Okay, not as much as I thought. Have we got a renewable source of apatite? There are a couple of micromine emissions which we can run. How painful are these to make? I mean, that's just steel, copper, and aluminium mostly for that. Stainless steel is fine. We're already passiving that. The basic drilling kits are easy enough. So we could passively send out this. It's not going to give you a huge amount, although it does give us neodymium as well. And the monozites. I think we need monazite later on as well. Well, monazite will actually give us quite a bit. They'll give you the, like, 8 crushed monazite, plus a little bit of thorium as well, which I think we're going to need for the nuclear craft stuff. Again, might be wrong about that. Although the only... Okay, we can't. So we can't get any phosphorus from the monazite. Can we process the monazite into anything useful? Rare. Oh, we can get rare earth and phosphates from it. So that's a possibility. There isn't really any other like reasonable way of getting this. I think though that the apatite, tricalcium phosphate, and pyrochlor veins are probably going to be the way to go, at least for the time being. I will passive the micromine emissions later, I think, but for right now, just getting more apatite dust, more phosphate and phosphorus, just to get more phosphorus, basically, would be a good idea. We are 1,746 tricalcium phosphate in there, and that's about all we've got. And phosphorus, oh, we have got nearly 8,000. It's not amazing, but it's not terrible either. How are we doing through this? We are making our way through this. So this is still going through the vanadium magnetites. We do now have a bunch of vanadium magnetite. We do need the vanadium from this, so we want to centrifuge these. So if we just set the vanadium magnetite to go into here, that will centrifuge all of that for us. Are we still doing all right power-wise? Yeah, we're doing fine. Okay, so I think we've got about as much done as we can do today. Tomorrow we want to get into sorting out the rest of these. The lumium, signalum specifically, iridium, osmium. We do probably want to add N steel into these as well, just so we have a source of it. We're not using a lot of N steel, but it will be nice to have a source of it. Speaking of which, what do we actually need for N steel dust? Vibrant alloy. Oh, so we will probably need to upgrade our production of energetic alloy and vibrant alloy. But that's fine. And then dark steel dust is easy enough. So definitely all those three tomorrow. The titanium we need to reset up. And then we also need to get phosphoric acid done. After that, though, I think we kind of just want to start progressing again at that point. I don't know what we need. It looks like we do need to go through the fission stuff. But one thing this doesn't make overly clear is exactly what we need it for. Although I haven't read the quest yet. But this is what we'll start working towards. The full complexity of nuclear craft is far too much for the scope of this quest guide, so you're encouraged to watch a tutorial or read a guide online. For the purposes of this particular quest, you'll be building a breeder reactor to make plutonium and other nuclear elements. While this reactor may seem very expensive, it will be worth it, and you will probably expand it soon. This reactor is capable of running any low-enriched fuel, such as TBU and LEU-235. Putting any high-enriched fuel in this reactor design will cause it to heat up and eventually melt down. First, set up your 215 fission reactor casings to encase a 5x5x5 cube of air. Any of these casings can be changed to transparent fission reactor casings. The exterior shell must include the edges and corners. You should have exactly the right number of casings to form a 7x7x7 cuboid shell encasing a 5x5x5 space. That is a very weird way of putting that. With holes for the controller and the ports. Next, create a hole so you can get inside the cube. Place the reactor cells in an alternating pan with the reactor cells at the corners and spaces between each one. Alternate between each row, creating a grid pattern. Fill in the empty holes with cryothium coolers. Do this for every layer, alternating between cryothium coolers on the corners and reactor cells on the corners. You should have the perfect amount of reactor cells and cryothium coolers for this, and the third and final layers should be the same as the first one. The reactor will be complete when you reseal it up with the casings you removed to access the interior. Finally, replace the fission reactor controller along any edge or corner of the reactor. Opening the reactor controller GUI should let you know that the structure was properly formed. If not, go back and check what you did wrong. This design can be expanded following the same patterns to run faster. A redstone signal is required for the reactor to start working. Reactors can overheat and melt if their temperature exceeds their ability to cool. You can make a safety loop to automatically shut off the reactor when it starts getting hot. Place a comparator with the input facing a reactor port and direct the output of the comparator into a NOT gate. Finally, route the output of the NOT gate into the reactor controller. Info on what exactly you are going to be doing with your fancy new reactor can be found in the Fission and Fusion chapter. So it says expensive. How expensive are we talking? Robust tungsten steel machine casings. Okay, it was a good job we set up the tungsten steel now. And then the basic nuclear plates are tough alloy, tungsten. Okay, so yeah, so the general gist right now is we are definitely going to need more tungsten. So before we call it a day, let's go and find that miner again. And then we'll go and move it to another tungstate and scheelite vein. Because the miner should be done now, I think. Yeah, all the ores are gone. Wait, it didn't? I swear, other times I've done this, there's been the actual fluids, like the actual kind of drill coming down below it, the actual pipe, pipe for the drill coming down below it, and it's broken through the bedrock. This time it didn't. What the hell? I feel so hard done by. Anyway, right. We need to go to here. And then we need to find tungstate and scheelite. Let's just go out this way, and we'll keep checking. We've got most of the tungstate and scheelite ones from here. Wait, speaking of which, actually. There are micromine emissions. Okay, so this is one we definitely do want to passive. Because we can get... This is actually quite a lot of tungstate and scheelite. That does not even look like full vein, so we're going to leave that one. Sheldonite up there, which we also need, but not right this second. Because we are going to need to get some more stuff to go through the plat line soon. Nothing. Oh, when can I get to the next tier of prospector? That's another question. Is there another tier after this? LUV, okay. Not just yet, then. There's nowhere else we can get the tungsten back, right? At the end, Venus, the moon. I remember these being quite small, though. Although I am tempted to go and double check that. Because we're not finding much here at all. Okay, let's go to the moon. We'll check that later. Right. We need you. And we need you. I remember most veins here being pretty, Oh yeah, we aren't going to have the night vision here, are we? Ah. I mean... I hope that's not all there is. Because there's like 2 pieces of tungstate and a couple of pieces of scheelite there. That's not a lot. I was a little bit more. Yeah, they're not huge veins, but they are bigger than what we currently got, so... And there's one not too far over from here as well, so... Oh, wait, where did that go? I got in here. Yeah. So this is the right place, right? Before I start setting this up. Oh no, we're one chunk over. Right, there we go. Inverter on there. All right, there we go. That will get us a little bit more. Cool. And we'll go home. And then I think I'm going to call it a day. It's been a good day. It's been a productive day. We have a bunch of ore processing stuff done now. We're going to get a whole bunch of vanadium magnetites. We're up to 11k vanadium now. Things are going well. I will probably wait here and then put the tungstate and scheelite through to process before I close down the pack. But for now, thank you everyone for being here. It is massively appreciated. I'm sorry I'm still sorry the streams are not as long as they used to be. I'm trying to kind of work back up to the 6 hour at least streams again because I miss the longer streams. I've just been so low on energy lately. It's kind of annoying because I've got a bunch of ideas. I've started getting so many more ideas for things I want to do for the stream. And I just haven't had the energy to do them, and it's driving me up the wall because there's things I really want to get done, I'm excited to get done, and I just haven't been able to. So hopefully I can get back to that at some point soon, and I can actually start working on some of these ideas. Speaking of which, Quiet, I might need to get a hold of you again to see if you fancy doing a little bit more artwork for me at some point in the not too distant future. Would you be up for that? Basically, all like based around the character that you already did for the profile picture. If you'll be up for that, I'll let you know when I have a few more details. But I would. God, not even listening. Wow, what mod you are. No, basically, I was just saying, would you be up for doing some more artwork for me? They're based around the character you did for the profile picture. I know she's so disrespectful. I mean, I don't know. I don't know why I put up with her. Yeah, there's not going to be any rush for it. I just thought I'd ask now beforehand. I probably should have asked you off stream, really. That would have been easier. That's okay, though. Let's say there's no rush for it at all. When I have a few more details, I will let you know what it is I'm kind of looking for, and you can let me know if you're up for doing it then. In the meantime, though, let's go and find somebody to raid. I haven't been raiding as much lately. Mostly because I'm just too tired at the end of the streams. But let's go and find somebody to pester. Who is live and playing the modded Minecraft? So I know one person at least who is definitely live. Which is probably where we'll end up going. Yeah, let's go and see Banana again. He is on day 2 of FTB Skies. Already getting flight by the sounds of it. So let's go and say hello to him. He's an awesome guy, very chilled out. Likes to tick accelerate things. As far as the raid is concerned, all I need you guys to do is copy the raid message that the bot is posting now, the /me #Chichava raid. Copy that, paste that into the chat once we get over to Bananas, along with any heart emotes you have available. They don't need to be mine, just show him a little bit of love. As for me, I will be back tomorrow, and we'll make a little bit more progress, hopefully, with the, well, we'll hopefully finish off the EBFs, and then be ready to start progressing into the later game stuff and LUV and nuclear craft and all that. It's going to be fun. All right, guys. Have an amazing rest of your day, and I will see you all tomorrow.